Mary, you can start.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, to the Easterners, and welcome to the first in a series of conferences entitled Starting Points for a Socialist Future. I am Mary Nickum, the chair of the Eco-Socialist Working Group, which is the organizer and presenter of this conference. This conference marks the beginning of an effort to create a roadmap to an eco-socialist future in the US and worldwide. The focus on ecological and environmental aspects of the challenges that must be overcome is part of the mission of the working group. The working group offers this approach as a model to parallel efforts addressing any aspect of planning for an eco-socialist future. As socialists, we adhere to the statement of Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Going farther back in time, our country was founded on a no political party system. All people in this fledgling country would pull together and work toward a stated goal: democracy as opposed to monarchy, from which the founders came. As the country grew, though, strong divergent ideas began to take hold and two parties were formed. The parties were capitalist, as competition between the parties intensified and the government moved to taxation as its principal basis for revenue. The Industrial Revolution marked a jump forward for the capitalism as opposed to the previous cottage industries, where individuals made a profit only by making an individual product where local people expressed a need. The Industrial Revolution produced large quantities of articles and, by advertising, convinced people they needed the product. The car is a lasting example of such a product. Other examples include household items such as washers, dryers, dishwashers, and more recently, the microwave. Do we want to go back to horse-drawn buggies and wagons, or cooking on wood stoves and washing clothes on washboards? No, that's not what we envision as an eco-socialist nation. We envision eco-socialism to be a new social and economic order in which workers and consumers control production and schools. Community residents control their neighborhoods, homes, and schools. The production of society is used for the benefit of all humanity, not for the private property of a few. Eco-socialism produces a constantly renewed future by not plundering the resources of the earth. Eco-socialism is a political and economic system with freedom and equality for all, so that people may develop to their fullest potential in harmony with others. The Socialist Party is committed to full freedom of speech, assembly, press, and religion, and to a multi-party system. We are dedicated to the abolition of male supremacy and class society, and to the elimination of all forms of oppression, including those based on race, national origin, age, sexual preferences, and disabling conditions. In an eco-socialist system, the people own and control the means of production and distribution through democratically controlled public agencies, cooperatives, or other collective groups. The primary goal of economic activity is to provide the necessities of life, including food, shelter, health care, education, childcare, cultural opportunities, and social services. These social services include care for the chronically ill, persons with mental disabilities, the infirm, and the aging. Planning takes place at the community, regional, and national levels and is determined democratically with the input from workers, consumers, and the public to be served. Democracy in daily life is the core of our socialism. Public ownership becomes a fraud if decisions are made by distant bureaucrats or authoritarian managers. In socialist society, power resides in workers managed and cooperative enterprises. Community-based cooperatives help provide the flexibility and innovation required in a dynamic socialist economy. Workers have the right to form unions freely and to strike and engage in other forms of public action. Workers and community control make it possible to combine life at work, home, and the community with a meaningful whole for adults and children. Girls and boys are encouraged to grow up able to choose the shape of their lives freely and work without gender and racial stereotyping. Children are provided with the care, goods, and services and support they need and are protected from abuse. As an eco-socialist society, we will carefully plan a way of life and technology to be harmonious part of our natural environment. This planning takes place on regional, national, and international levels and covers the production of energy, the use of scarce resources, land use planning, the prevention of pollution, and the preservation of wildlife. The cleanup of the contaminated environment and the creation of a nuclear-free world are among the first tasks of our eco-socialist society. Socialist feminism confronts the common root of sexism, racism, and classism, the determination of a life of oppression or privilege based on accidents of birth or circumstances. Socialist feminism is an inclusive way of creating social change. We value synthesis and cooperation rather than conflict and competition. We work against the exploitation and oppression of women who live with lower wages, inferior working conditions, and subordination in the home, in society, and in politics. Socialists struggle for the full freedom of all people to control their own bodies and reproductive systems and to determine their own sexual orientation. Women will define their own liberation. Bigotry and discrimination help the ruling class divide, exploit, and abuse workers here and around the world. The Socialist Party works to eliminate prejudice and discrimination in all forms. We recognize the right of self-defense in the face of attacks. We also support nonviolent, direct action in combating oppression. We fully support strong and expanded affirmative action programs to help combat the entrenched inertia of a racial division and sexist system, which profits from discrimination and social division. People of color, lesbians, and gays, and other oppressed groups need independent organization to fight oppression. Racism will not be eliminated merely by eliminating capitalism. People around the world have more in common with each other than with their rulers. We condemn war, preparation for war, and the militaristic culture because they play havoc with people's lives and divert resources from constructive social projects. Militarism also concentrates even greater power in the hands of a few, the powerful and the violent. Solidarity with the people of a nation and a belief that they should be free from the threat of imperialism does not require support for the government of that nation. We align with no nation, but only with working people throughout the world. Socialists participate in the electoral process to present socialist alternatives from a position of uncompromising independence from and opposition to the twin parties of capitalism. The Socialist Party does not divorce electoral politics from other strategies for basic change. While a minority, we fight for progressive change compatible with a socialist future. By participating in local government, socialists can support working class movements and implement improvements that demonstrate the potential of public ownership. When a majority, we will rapidly introduce those changes which constitute socialism with a priority of eliminating the power of big business through public ownership and workers' control. We advocate electoral action independent of the capitalist-controlled two-party system. The process of struggle profoundly shapes the ends achieved. Our tactics in the struggle for radical democratic change reflect our ultimate goal of a society founded in participation of equal principles of equal, ethical, and nonviolent relations among all people and between all peoples. To be free, we must create new patterns for our lives and live in ways in the midst of a society that does not understand and is often hostile to new, better modes of life. Our aim is the creation of a new social order, a society in which the commanding benefit is the infinite value and free and full manifestation of every person. I hope you have found many kernels of truth in this, an overview of the statements of principles of the Socialist Party USA. Please ponder what you've heard here and participate in our conference. The breakout sessions this afternoon, comprising 3 basic factors in our first conference presentation, agriculture, fresh water, and atmosphere, will give you the first opportunity to try to put at least one of the principles in action. If this conference has given you food for thought, please consider acting upon it by picking up an application blank and joining the Socialist Party USA. Thank you for being here and enjoy the conference.
Thanks, Mary. Wayne?
Yes, thank you, Mary. I'm going to move over to screen sharing. And if y'all will just give me half a second, I will get the slideshow going. Okay. Thank you again to our attendees and our panelists. Today, I want to talk about the relevance of Karl Marx's and Frederick Engels' analysis of humanity and its relationship with nature as an integral part of a socialist perspective on the future of humanity. The motivation for this is that ecology and environmental science, and also the sociology of humanity's relationship to the natural world, owe a great debt to Marx's and Engels' historical materialism and their dialectical reasoning, but there has been a tendency to deny any contribution of Marx and Engels to useful exploration of the environmental sciences. This condition is now changing, but there are persistent tendencies, even in modern eco-socialist thought, to criticize Marx's political economy in reference to environmental problems. At a recent conference of the SPUSA, the working group made a presentation on the history of materialism from antiquity to the theories of political economy developed by Marx between 1831 and the publication of Das Kapital in 1867. In that presentation, we talked about John Bellamy Foster's thesis from his work, Marx's Ecology, Materialism, and Nature, that was published in 2000. Foster set out to show that for Marx, the relationship between humanity and nature was a foundational part of his work on political economy. From this understanding, Marx developed the theory of the metabolic rift, showing that human production, initially agriculture, disrupted the cycle of plant growth and replenishment of nutrients in the soil. The work of the early Scottish observer James Anderson, the subsequent scientific analysis of Justus von Liebig, and the American political economist Henry Carey was the initial impetus for this concept. Apart from the observation of a scientifically associated or supported argument for the displacement of the nutrients required to grow corn and other agricultural products, Marx and Engels also saw a social metabolism closely related to the displacement of humans from nature. This new relationship with populations concentrated in the cities and towns as landed proprietors and lords, the private property of capitalists, forced people out of direct relationships with nature in terms of their means of subsistence. This is a new rift, a social metabolic rift, changing the former social relations among people, ultimately rearranging it into the class structure of owners of capital and those that must sell their labor to survive. From there, the concept of metabolism is now introduced into non-natural processes. For example, it is common for people today to speak of the process of material inputs, energy use, and waste production in industrial applications, describing this as an industrial metabolism. So Marx and Engels are largely credited for first using the concept of a metabolic process as applied to society. Today, there is a field, socioecology or social ecology, which explores these concepts. In their lifetimes, or the lifetimes of Marx and Engels, specific sciences did benefit from historical materialist concepts. Geology and geography in particular benefited from viewpoints emphasizing changes over time, beginning with concepts of time that are viewed today as far too small to encompass the changes in the geological and geographical formation of the Earth as we understand it today. Even so, those sciences begin to embrace scales of time that were orders of magnitude greater than allowed for in teleological explanations. Consequently, much as Darwin was attacked by the proponents of natural theology, which was itself a response to the diminishment of the presence of God in the role of creator and active administrator of the universe, these sciences were also subject to opportunistic and poorly reasoned amendments imposed by theologians on the conclusions of the scientists themselves. Biology, especially in the wake of Darwin, was also subject to historical reasoning in terms of developmental biology. Ernst Haeckel, whom we described in the previous presentation, had already coined the term ecology, German Ökologie, in 1866, using the Greek word oikos, or household, from which the term economy was also developed. However, this concept did not take wide hold in the scientific community. early 20th century biologists such as J.B.S. Haldane and the Russian biologists, including V.I. Verdansky, did consider and incorporate dialectical reasoning into their work. By the time of the publication of volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, metabolic descriptions of chemical exchanges between agricultural production were well established, as was the existence of the disruption of natural metabolic exchanges between plant matter and the soil. The latter were widely seen as brought about by commercial agriculture, and a significant effort of 19th century imperialism was focused on remedying this rift through finding existing sources of mineral replacement that could make up for the depletion of the soil in the US, England, and Europe, as well as other parts of the world. This effort could only yield mixed results, as not all chemical deficiencies could be readily replaced from existing sources, especially nitrogen. It was not until the early 19th century that chemical synthesis would advance to the point of including nitrogen in industrially manufactured fertilizers. And it is a consequence of militarism in the empire that this advance occurred alongside the development of powerful explosives and other munitions. There were other authors and thinkers that were aware of Marx's ideas on the primacy of nature and its interactions with humanity in a practical and dialectical sense. I hope in a subsequent presentation to present a more complete account of the evolution of ecological and environmental thought from the late 19th century forward to the present time. Most of us are roughly familiar with the history of the early 20th century and Marx and Engels' influence on the class wars of that time. Their contributions to environmental science and ecological analysis seem limited, though, to a relatively small number of thinkers prior to World War II. But environmental sciences certainly did exist in the West in the early years after World War II. The contributions of Marx and Engels at this time were largely ignored, and we find that Marx and Engels were attacked from various parts of this community. They were attacked for presenting a mechanistic view of nature inherited from the Enlightenment thinkers, and as placing man in a dominant position to nature in a way that ensured the degradation of the environment. They were accused of elevating capitalism to a heroic role in human development. Man's dominant position was another idea that was inherited presumably from the Enlightenment thinkers. Some of them certainly were mechanistic in their output. However, these positions reflect a misunderstanding of Marx and of Engels. They arise from criticisms directed at both early works in the development of Marx's Critique of Capitalism, ignoring his later work. Even so, if you look at Marx from the economic and philosophical notebooks of 1844 through to Capital, with Volume 1 appearing in 1868, Marx did not adopt mechanistic analogies to life that appeared in the work of the Enlightenment materialist. Marx and Engels, throughout their lives, were developing the concept of historical materialism, wherein history was the interplay between man and nature, mediated by human social production. In the German ideology, a text which was not published in their lifetimes, but central to the development of Marx's thesis, the section First Premises of the Materialist Method, excuse me, try to get this thing in the way. The first section, the First Premises of the Materialist Method, lays out the point from which Marx and Engels started in analyzing humanity and its social relations, rooted firmly in the relationship between man and nature. The premises from which we begin are not arbitrary ones, not dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can only be made in the imagination. They are the real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions under which they live, both those which they find already existing and those produced by their activity. The first premise of all human history is, of course, the existence of living human individuals. Thus, the first fact to be established in the physical organization of these individuals and their consequent relation to the rest of nature. The writing of history must always set out from these natural bases and their modification in the course of history through the action of man. Also, in the German ideology, men begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. The way in which men produce their means of subsistence depends, first of all, on the nature of the actual means of subsistence they find in existence and have to reproduce. There are numerous quotes from various works of Marx that show Marx's acknowledgement of nature as a precondition of human existence. Humanity cannot exist without nature as a prerequisite. So what then is the basis of the attacks on Marx and by implication on an ecological approach informed by historical materialism, by people who believe in environmental justice, environmental remediation, and ecological preservation? Ecological scientists of the post-World War II era, including Ted Benton, Rainer Grünman, Victor Furcus, criticized Marx for what they viewed as a productivist Promethean view of history. This same charge was lodged by the sociologist Anthony Giddens, by the social ecologist John Clark, and in more recent times by the modern eco-socialist Michael Lewis. In the words of Clark, Marx's Promethean concept of man is a being who is not at home in nature, who does not see the earth as the household of ecology. He is an indomitable spirit who must subject nature in his quest for self-realization. For such a being, the forces of nature, whether in the form of his own unmastered internal nature or the menacing powers of external nature, must be subdued. From Louis, we have that Marx held an optimistic Promethean conception of the limitless development of the productive forces that is totally indefensible, above all from the standpoint of the threat to the ecological balance of the planet. Marx sees these arguments as having Foster sees these arguments as having a postmodernist element, which carries with it the idea that any hope of saving the environment from the dire conditions into which humanity has pushed it through capitalist technological development means that modernity itself must be abandoned. Certainly within our lifetimes, we have observed many ecological movements that seek to reconnect man with nature in various ways, including through rejection of the use of modern technology in agriculture, although the rejection of industrial farming methods that are inherently harmful to nature and to man are more prevalent today. Thus, the postmodernist view of Marx, as stated by environmentalist Wade Sikorsky, is that Marx was one of our age's most devout worshipers of the machine. Capitalism was to be forgiven of its sins because it was in the process of perfecting the machine. Sources of this criticism include language from the Communist Manifesto, but in what Foster calls an irony, the charges of Prometheanism may stem from Marx's critique of Proudhon and the philosophy of poverty. People may recall that Proudhon produced two works that had an influence on Marx. First of those was in 1840, a work called What is Property?, to which Proudhon provided the answer, it is theft. Marx had praise for this work because Proudhon had provided a counter-argument to the Lockean idea that the development of land through labor, which today might simply be read as investment, regardless of what Proudhon meant, conferred a natural deed to the property, making it the possession of the laborer or investor, The consequence of this is that all others could be excluded from the land as well, even if they had historically depended on it as a community, for example, an indigenous tribe. For Marx, this inquiry into the basis of political economy was a great scientific advance, an advance which revolutionizes political economy and for the first time makes a real science of political economy possible. That was Marx writing in the Holy Family in 1845. As Proudhon observed in criticizing government sale of public lands and points that were used by Marx in his critique of private property and capital, even if the nation were the proprietor, can the generation of today dispossess the generation of tomorrow? The people possessed by right of usufruct, the government rules, superintends, protects them, and passes acts of distributive justice. If the nation also makes concessions of land, it cedes only their use. It has no right to sell it or to alienate them in any way whatsoever. Not being a proprietor, how can it alienate property? Destroy the land, or what is the same thing, sell it, and you not only alienate one, two, or more crops, but you alienate all the products you could derive from it, you and your children and your children's children. In 1846, Proudhon produced a second work, known popularly simply as the Philosophy of Misery. Here, Proudhon appeared to depart from what Marx considered a materialist approach to political economy, and he instead created a new bourgeois socialism that sought to reunite society without reference to social relations of production or to class struggle. In this work, Proudhon depicted the combined activity of human society as a Prometheus. In this guise, society creates science and the arts, assuming godlike powers, and extends his conquest over nature. The advancement of human production, per Proudhon, is a collaborative project which systematically conquers barriers to increase production, supposedly a benefit to all of humanity through the invention of machinery and the discovery of new forces of nature. Benefits accrue supposedly justly to individuals in accord with invested labor. Proudhon went on to extol the benefits of machinery and produce what Foster describes as a muddled discussion of Ricardian rent theory, in the process developing a theory of rents, by which I think he meant land rents. For Marx, this was a direct challenge to a budding socialist movement, and also a return to teleological language that ascribed impossible achievements to a new socially constructed God, Prometheus, represented as society with no regard for historical development. Proudhon's Prometheus skewed human relations and replaced them with relations between things. This attitude would enforce the existing status quo of economic relations. Marx proceeded to attack this concept of Prometheanism in his work, Poverty of Philosophy. He challenged every aspect of Proudhon's work in this regard. He was in particular critical of a metaphysical promotion of machinery, which is claimed to spring from division of labor, and without reference to patently existing social relations, which already sprang from production and exploitation. For Marx, Proudhon's Prometheanism was mechanistic. It reproduced the worst of the bourgeois ideological approaches to questions of production and to questions of human relations, which this constitutes the irony that Foster points out. Marx's critics used the language of mechanistic Prometheanism, attacking him, which Marx opposed, and accused Marx of the same viewpoint. Marx and Engels are also attacked over the Communist Manifesto. This is despite the fact that the manifesto was an attack on both Malthusianism, which was instrumental in determining the views of the ruling class with respect to the working class, and on mechanistic Prometheanism. Part 1 of the manifesto contains a description of the supposed successes of the bourgeois. Foster describes this as a panegyric, which is an oration or eulogy in praise of some person or achievement. This description seems a little bit tongue in cheek because one of the revolutionary accomplishments of the bourgeoisie is that of creating conditions through which, quote, all that is solid melts to the air. But it is true that for Marx and Engels, through the creation of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie has also created conditions for socialist revolution that did not exist in the earlier socioeconomic relations of slavery and feudalism. In particular, Marx and Engels pointed out the movement of much of the rural population to the cities and towns, leaving only a relatively small number of people in the rural areas. The bourgeoisie accomplished this through the enclosure of the commons and the displacement of people from the estates previously seen, as Proudhon described, as an usufruct of the public. In the manifesto, Marx and Engels described this as capitalism subjecting the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. The phrase, the idiocy of rural life, has been seized upon as being anti-ecological, disparaging the contributions of rural life to the overall economic well-being of society. In modern times, it's also quite possibly interpreted as disparaging the mental capabilities of rural residents, a view which has a long and bourgeois history. But for Marx and Engels, who had classical educations, the word idiot was derived from the ancient Greek word idiotes, meaning one who is cut off from public life and has a narrow and parochial view of social participation, and hence was considered to be idiotic. What was being emphasized here was not some attribute of the rural landscape and its inhabitants, but that bourgeois capitalism had divided the population into two parts: a rural element that was cut off from interaction with the mass of society and thus deprived of discussion, political engagement, and to a degree education, and an urban element which had access to the latter, but paid for that access in having to live in squalid conditions, deprived of clean air and water, immersed in the pollution of the factories, surrounded by human and animal waste and filth. The numbers of the urban population were so great compared to the rural population that Marx believed the only real possibilities of creating revolutionary social reality lay with them, as they would have been able to develop associations between themselves in far greater numbers than the rural population. In part 2 of the manifesto, Marx and Engels note that one of the conditions of the freedom of the working class is the combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of all the distinction between town and country by a more equitable distribution of the population over the country. This was the joining of different constituents of the working class, eliminating the health crisis of one and the social isolation of the other to the benefit of both. The issue of the praise for bourgeois development in part 1 of the manifesto was also used by Marx's ecologically minded detractors. The language that is referred to reads as follows: the bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all of the preceding generations together. Subjugation of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor? Two phrases stand out for critics of Marx here. The first is the phrase subjugation of nature's forces. This phrase is often subjugated with the writing of the Enlightenment thinker Francis Bacon, who did use such language. But there's a caveat at this language, which was expressed by Bacon himself, that Marx and Engels certainly understood. Bacon's injunction that we can only command nature by obeying her. Bacon understood that there were hard limits to what man can extract from nature, and the work of the agricultural chemist and the agronomist in the 19th century reinforced that view. Marx and Engels were scientists. They did not miss the implications of the metabolic rift and the possibility of the collapse of the soil. The subjection of nature's forces was accompanied by the alienation of man from nature. This was not a good thing, but it was a precondition of the separation of the working class into an urban and a rural population. Regarding the phrase clearing of whole continents for cultivation, for Marx and Engels, this meant an advance in production of food, cited as a refutation to Malthus and the legal and social consequences of attack on the working class and the poor as likely initiators of widespread famine. Malthus still has significant power over the ruling class, and their constant worry that the mass of the people would rise up and take from them their property and their wealth. Increases in food production were counterfactual to this fear and meant fewer laws aimed at curbing the working class and the quality of life that they enjoyed, their actual existence. So with regard to the exaltation of capital and bourgeois society in part one of the manifesto, anyone reading it in the whole world would recognize what seems to be the exaltation of capital and its proponents in the development of man would also see that that praise was swiftly followed by a list of its contradictions, the conditions of exploitation it creates, capitalism's creation of the conditions for its own overthrow at the hands of this new proletariat, who would become Marx's associated producers. The great contradiction of the capitalist system spelled out in the manifesto was that the mechanism of capital generated wealth for a few and poverty for the many. It was in later writings that Marx and Engels became more explicit about ecological contradictions of modern civilization and capitalism in particular. So Marx and Engels were not mechanistic, Promethean, or pro-capitalist. If an ecologist or a sociologist or an environmental activist comes to you and says that socialism has inherited from Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other proponents of historical materialism, as an analytical approach to the world is incompatible with ecological conservation, remediation, or any other urgently necessary goal of humanity in these dark times, they're wrong. They need to go back and they need to read Marx, Engels, and these other communist thinkers again. And I'm not too far off time. So if people have questions, I'm willing to entertain them. Please feel free to ask either in the chat or raise your hand, and I'll hopefully see you. I point out this is a complicated topic. I only touched briefly on many of the things that we could have been talked about here. A current blank spot in my knowledge is the development of eco-socialism and environmental science from the end of World War II to modern times. Foster has a new work out, Capitalism and Nature, that addresses those issues, and I hope to get a presentation on that in a future time very shortly. Well then,
see the question and answer box, Wayne?
I see Mark's comment. Thank you, Mark. Yes, you're correct that, well, Cuba is certainly been primary in trying to deal with that rift in their society. And as Lizzie points out, Ian Angus has a new book out on metabolic rifts. I do want to read that and start to incorporate it into some of my presentations. Yes, Mark, we will send that. I will send that to you today. Well, we have a few minutes before Ainsley is to start. Is Ainsley here? Josh?
Not yet. Wait, hold on. Maybe somebody just popped in. I've got no. I don't. I've got some people popping in now.
Okay.
If they're not listed, I don't know if they're listed on the Zoom by the name. So Ainsley, if you're here and your name says differently, let us know. Yeah, as soon as they get in, we'll let them into the webinar.
Wayne, what was your favorite book you had to read and why?
I'm not sure I could pick a favorite book. This presentation and the presentation that I did a few weeks ago largely came out of Foster's 2000 work, Marx's Ecology, but that sent me off in other directions. I had to go back and reread the Communist Manifesto and also think about and read people's work in sociology. It highlights the difference really between Marx and even the preceding classical economists, Ricardo and Smith, who devoted their efforts literally to the study of political economy, which really meant the relations of production among people prior to the introduction of the mathematical economics that began to arise in the late 19th century, and which by the time of the early 20th century had become essentially divorced from sociology. Sociology became a separate science, and even though economists continued to deal with behavioral issues in economics and so forth, there is I think one of the biggest problems that people face today in dealing with capitalism is that the economists that defend capitalism today, even when they try to talk about people interacting with each other in terms of human production, they do so from the assumption that somehow the economy or their concept of the economy is equivalent to the physical laws of the universe. The economy is this thing that exists outside of mankind, and mankind is forced to obey its laws by virtue of the mathematical necessity of the economy. This is borrowed from mathematical physics, of course. It's total nonsense, but that's essentially the way economics is taught today, especially neoliberal economics. These laws governing mankind's economic interaction exist. They're handed down to us by some force beyond our control. We have no choice to obey them. It's just it's a total nonsense, and really we need to return to the understanding of political economy as the interaction between people and their environment and among themselves as they try to live. This is the neoclassical economy has removed the primacy of man and replaced it with the primacy of math. Terrible mistake. And I see Ainsley's with us, so I will sign off.
Is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize again. I think, a misunderstanding on. I think I misunderstood what time I was presenting, so I was kind of rushing. But am I able to share the screen?
I'm making you co-host now, so you should be able to.
Okay, perfect. So let me share my screen. There we go. And thank you everyone for being here. Like, as I get set up, I'd like to say thank you. Appreciate everyone that's here on this fine Saturday morning, afternoon, wherever you are, maybe night. I think, am I sharing now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
It says the socialist private.
Okay, perfect. All right, so before I get started, my name is Ainsley. I'm in the LA Hands Off Cuba Committee. We're a committee that's focused on normalizing relations with Cuba. We have three main goals. One is remove the blockade from Cuba. The second is to remove Cuba off the state-sanctioned list of terrorism. And the third one is, I think, the blockade. I honestly forgot. Sorry, I'm a little bit rushed right now. So, yeah, we do have chapters everywhere in the U.S. though, but LA is where it was primarily founded. I'm also at UCSB in the Global Latinidades Center and also in Global Studies Department there. And yeah, I'd like to thank you for inviting us. Our presentation is on agriculture and food, what must change to stop ecological destruction and still meet human needs. So we use Cuba as an example, mostly because, that's our bread and butter, our biggest experience in agroecology. So there's a little overview of the presentation. So, introduction. Cuba's resource limitations attributable to socialist antagonisms in the U.S. embargo. So, after the U.S. blockade and the collapse of the USSR, Cuban farmers essentially had to adapt and produce food without the support of imported pesticides or fertilizers. They pretty much had to produce their own food because they couldn't grab food from elsewhere, and they also couldn't grab pesticides or fertilizers needed to have a higher crop yield. So they needed to adapt in ways without these things. So Cuba right now, they would not be able to produce enough to feed the population if they wanted to eat like Americans. But this isn't a fault on Cuba, or this doesn't mean that Cuba is underproducing. Is it a defect in Cuba's model of agriculture? We would rather see it as a defect in the U.S. model of consumption. So Americans, for those who are from the U.S., we consume too much. From the produce we have to ship, or plants we overplant in land that isn't viable for the crops that are being grown, or even meat overconsumption. If everyone lived the way the U.S. does, we would need approximately 5 planets, and agriculture is a big factor in that. So we don't have 5 planets, obviously, so we need a different model. The U.S. requires so much in terms of water, fuel, because this high level of meat consumption, but also not just meat, like I mentioned, also the fact that we have to ship produce, and that we are planting, plants in soil that shouldn't be planted on, or soil that isn't made for those crops. So essentially, Cuba's agricultural underproduction is not necessarily underproduction. We think of productivity in relation to capitalism. So the model of agriculture in Cuba, like I mentioned, is underproductive. We would say it's not. U.S. productivity is driven by capitalism, which is an unsustainable model. It's essentially the U.S. diet that's unsustainable. So underproductivity is relative to capitalist production. Overproductivity is seen as good when it's simply just relative to the capitalist mode of production. So in other words, dominant models of productivity, we see overproduction is good, but that good is relative to capitalism, to a capitalist mode of production. It's essentially meeting the needs of capitalist accumulation, and rather than the producing to meet the needs of people. So again, what is the capitalist mode of production driven by? It's driven by capital and not human need. All right, so Cuba's agricultural model as a socialist response to its material conditions. So after the collapse of the USSR, this was a pivotal or a very big moment for Cuba, because they lost a big amount of trade, a big amount of money from their relations with the USSR. So after this, the government implemented what is said to be the most rapid and widespread shift to sustainable agriculture in history, with Castro calling on agronomists to produce more food without feedstock, fertilizers, and fuel. So over 100,000 predominantly state-run farms were redistributed to small farmers. So that means management responsibilities were decentralized. Many farms essentially became managed by those who worked them, instead of these big companies like in other capitalist models, pretty much dictating and facilitating how crops should be produced, how much should be produced, meeting certain numbers. This was, after the collapse, there was a change to the responsibilities to small farmers. In doing so, the size of the farming units, they were decreased. This created a more intimate knowledge of the local conditions to develop. The Cuban government, because of this, it essentially created space for the experimentation and the application of both scientific and local knowledge. So knowledge, scientific and on the ground, essentially became, unified, which is necessary, especially in agriculture, because who knows the land more than the farmer does, right? This also produced local research stations. Like I mentioned, it allowed farmers and scientists to interact as equals. Intimate knowledge and local practices from the farmers were integrated, as I mentioned, and abstract knowledge of the agronomist and ecologist. So both of this knowledge combined was essentially the model of this new agriculture. And even though I do like to point out, it is true that Cuba has largely, or at least the root of this agricultural model, it is this agricultural model of organic, polycultural, small-scale farming of the last 30-ish years. It was survival-based, like I mentioned, because of the embargoes and the USSR collapse. However, it is precisely the country's socialist response to these material conditions that shaped the sustainable model. So even though it was based on survival, I'd like to emphasize that it was the country's socialist response to these material conditions that shaped the model. So, um, for example, or I guess one big thing is the preconditions of the success of this model had to do with the mass literacy campaigns, the expansion of education, which was one of Cuba's first initiatives after the socialist revolution. All right, so slide 8. I think. Oh no, this is a little video I'm gonna play. Um, on Cuba's agricultural model. It's just a short 6-ish minute video, and I'm gonna play it. And it gives a little more background on the model itself and pretty much how how the Cuban model went from industrial to sustainable. Can you guys let me know if the audio is playing as well, or like a thumbs up or something? Um,
I don't hear the audio.
the audio's not working. How do I do this? Oof.
Try to share
Nice.
the audio when you share. You might have to stop sharing the screen. and
Okay,
then
okay, I see.
audio.
I would have to reshare it. Sorry about that. More. Share. Oh my gosh, I'm not good with technology. It's a little bit embarrassing because people ask for help and I can't. I want to share audio, share a tab instead. It says, I'm sorry, can I send this link over?
Can you put a link in the chat and I can
Okay.
run it if you want?
Okay.
No worries. Happens to best.
Let's see. Oof, it's a long link, but I hope it works. Sorry, I'm not good with tech at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mixed harmony. Describe what you want.
Let me
Big
skip the
question,
commercial.
which concludes Bill McKibben's.
Is it shared? I shared the link.
Yeah, it's going to take me just a second to get it up. And then I'm going to share settings. Uh, okay, let's see, share. Can y'all see it?
It just says that you started screen share. Double click the screen.
Do you see it?
I don't see the video.
Okay. Is it behind a whole lot of stuff? Hold on. Close. Full screen.
Well, I can share it.
Pointed question, which concludes.
Sorry, I'll get this.
I've got it working, Josh. You want me to try?
Yeah, hold on, let me stop share.
Bill McKibben's Cuba diet illuminates a core problem with our food system.
I hear it, but I don't see it.
We can see it now.
Do you hear it?
No.
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 Did you turn on the audio, Wayne?
Yeah. What about now?
Yes, I hear music.
Question, which concludes Bill
Talking.
McKibben's Cuba diet, illuminates a core problem with our food system: scale.
Can you
When
turn
you
the
look towards
volume up just a
industrialized,
biscuit, Wayne?
economically heavy agriculture of the United States, it's hard not to notice the massive yields that are pulled from the soil every day. And it's equally hard to imagine a system that could possibly replace such a large operation. Although local food systems lead to stronger and more sustainable connections to food and community, is it really possible for a mosaic of small food markets or systems to support a country like the United States? To answer that question, let's dive into an agricultural model that has been largely isolated from global trade patterns, chemical inputs, and fossil fuels for over 4 decades: Cuba. Cuba is truly a unique case in agriculture because it's existed outside of the global system for so long. Up until the collapse of the Soviet Union, Cuba mainly grew sugar and traded exclusively with the Soviets for staples such as rice, wheat, tractors, and gas. But the system was dramatically upended in 1991 when the Soviet Union unraveled and the US maintained its trade embargo on Cuba. The country was left isolated from oil, staple foods, and mechanized farming systems like tractors that were a cornerstone of their farms. As a result, Cuba entered what was deemed the special period. Journalist and author Bill McKibben writes that in 1989, the average Cuban was eating about 3,000 calories per day. By 1992, however, that number plummeted to 1,900 calories per day. In short, Cuba was starving because their semi-industrialized agricultural system was ripped out from under them. They no longer had access to the machines or chemicals that allowed them to produce and trade sugar on a large and global scale. So they turned inward, reanalyzing agriculture not as a global endeavor, but as a national and local pursuit. In essence, Cubans, out of necessity, transformed their food system into a network of thousands of small rural farms and urban market gardens that used organic principles to heal rather than destroy their landscape. Here's where it gets interesting. This rapid transition from a fossil fuel dependent and monoculture based system to a diversified food culture is a key lesson to take away from Cuba's special period. McKibben shares that in the 1980s, Cuba had more tractors per hectare than California. But by the 2000s, tractors were quickly replaced by over 400,000 oxen teams. Monocultures were replanted into polycultures. Crop diversity was valued for its ability to decrease pest pressure and encourage healthy soil. Fossil fuel-reliant techniques were replaced with sustainable and permaculture-oriented systems. Organoponicos, or the Cuban term for any urban garden, proliferated widely. Take, for example, Havana. Because small market gardens and urban farms have been allowed to thrive there, the city now produces roughly 90% of its own food. This is, in part, thanks to the well-thought-out organic methods of pioneers like Miguel Sasinas,
He's a
founder
founder
of
Vivero Alamar Farm, 27 acres on Havana's outskirts, a small parcel of land, but one that produces food for 80,000 residents in the surrounding community.
But Havana and Cuba in general still needs to import certain foods, especially in times when the island is devastated by hurricanes like in 2008, when it imported nearly 55% of its total food consumption, with meat and vegetable oils among the highest imports in the country. So Cuba's local food system isn't perfect, but it shines in comparison to small-scale food systems in countries like the United States, where most urban and suburban dwellers are hard-pressed to find a local vegetable vendor close to them, but could walk a mile in either direction and likely find a handful of fast food restaurants. What then can regional food systems in a place like the United States learn from Cuba's transition to organically focused agriculture? Cuba's case is admittedly fairly unique. Their agricultural transformation was out of necessity. Cuba's one-party political system made such a drastic transition swifter because the decision to reinvent their food system was unilateral. Cuba's government encouraged and supported national universities that matriculated hundreds of thousands of bright minds, specializing in soil fertility and natural pest prevention. In essence, Cuba's agricultural processes were able to change quickly because they were in crisis, and their governing body threw its weight behind a small-scale organic revolution. Despite the differences between Cuba and the United States, Cuba's agricultural system has promising applications for possible local transitions in industrialized countries like the United States. It demonstrates that a successful, sustainable agricultural model should function within and for a local community, focus on biologically intensive farming on small acreage, and rely on a web of farmers rather than a couple of large-scale operations. Cuba may not be able to grow everything, but it shows the power of small, diverse, and intensive farms. When applied to the United States, this means leaning into endeavors like backyard farms and community-supported agriculture, just two practices among many that help build local food systems. The ultimate goal of this is to develop strong relationships between community, farmers, and the food we put in our mouths. Thank you so much for watching. Videos like these take a lot of time to make, so if you like what you just saw, please click the subscribe button or head on over to my Patreon page and become a patron of this channel. Otherwise,
All right. Thank you so much for sharing. I don't know why or what happened to my screen, but I believe I'm sharing now on my desktop. Okay. So just wrapping up, and I guess a disclosure. I thought the presentation was 20 minutes, not a 45, so I did prepare accordingly for a 20-minute presentation. But so to end with this, Cuba's environmental issues, they're global. This is not just restricted to Cuba, but these material conditions do look different accordingly, but they're still the same. What's essentially going on? So conventional agriculture and industrial agriculture and the commodification of knowledge are driven by capitalist accumulation. So essentially conventional industrial agriculture, it continues to dominate research funding globally, despite being a driver of environmental issues such as climate change, water pollution, and the decline of pollinators. The research pursued under these capital systems, they're, like I mentioned earlier, they're not determined by societal needs, but whether the knowledge can be commodified, essentially capitalist accumulation, as that's how the economic model works. So short-term profits and the interest of agribusiness take precedence over any of the other considerations, any other model of agriculture. The current capitalist model of agriculture cannot compete with climate change. So researchers estimate that every additional degree Celsius of global warming, on average, will drag down the world's ability to produce food by 120 calories per person per day, or that's like 4.4% of the current daily consumption. And obviously, these numbers will be bigger in non-Western states in the global South. And this current capitalist model, like I mentioned, of agriculture cannot last. It's not sustainable. But Cuba, this case study, or not this case study, I guess it is a case study, what I presented. Cuba is seen as a global leader in agroecology. The agroecological model implemented 3 decades ago in Cuba, it can be imposed in other parts of the world today. Like I mentioned, every place is different. There's different soil, different climate. different, but the ecology itself, the practice itself can be applied anywhere. And it's applied right now currently in Latin America, Laos, and Malawi. And what defines agroecology, like I'm saying, it's understanding the ecology and using that knowledge to develop appropriate systems within each respective place that match where you are in the world. So it's not just about planting things. That there's knowledge behind that. You work with nature rather against it. You optimize the natural interactions between plants, animals, humans, and the environments to create sustainable, resilient food production with minimal chemical or external inputs. So like I mentioned, Cuba pretty much was isolated or is isolated currently. So they had to develop this within their region, and they were able to gather both scientific and local knowledge to create the system they have today. So agroecology, it's already currently working, like we see with Cuba, and especially right now, because of climate change, a lot of farmers are already experiencing climate change, especially in the global south. So these practices are increasing, and this model is, an alternative to the industrial agriculture, and it's been working, and it's, not detrimental to the climate as we see in a capitalist mode of production through agriculture. And I think that's all I have. Thank you so much. This last quote, I like it a lot. It says, vale pero millones de veces más la vida de un solo ser humano que todas las propiedades del hombre más rico de la tierra. So what that says is, millions of times the life of a human being is worth millions of much more than all the properties of the richest man on earth. So I really like this quote, and I think it applies. This was found, I took this in the hospital, the Calixto Garcia Hospital in Havana, their biggest hospital, but I think this is applicable to every type of industry that Cuba has, whether it be ecology, water sanitation, anything. So I just thought this was appropriate. And yeah, thank you again. I appreciate the time. And again, I apologize for the 20-ish minute presentation. Thought it was only 20 minutes, but it's 45. But if you have any questions, you can let me know right now. I have my email right there, my phone number. I have WhatsApp. Mark is also here too to answer any questions. And yeah, he's actually right here. Mark is also in Hands Off Cuba. Mark Friedman, the man, I'm doxing him, the man that's right there in the chat.
Thank you very much, Ainsley. That was really great. Don't worry about time limit. I think that presentation answered some questions I had in my mind. Because one of the big challenges that a socialist faces, of course, is simply keep the people fed. And we know that our system is going in the wrong direction. We're moving away from community control of food supplies and toward a vertically integrated system of food production from seed to table that's threatens to be controlled by about 5 or 6 companies in the U.S. and in Europe. The problems that industrial agriculture creates in the U.S. and elsewhere is not a concern for capitalism. They are focused entirely on profit, and if one place dries up, they'll just move somewhere else and reproduce the same, produce the same. I see David has a question in the chat.
I can read that. It says, I understand that Cuban scientists have pioneered biopesticides, the science of bugs eating bugs. Can you talk about that? Yeah, and they also have produced biofertilizers. And this is essentially produced, so like the political system of Cuba, this is produced within research centers. and these biological agents are produced and distributed to different cooperatives. Um, I guess the science, but I'm not a science background, but the science specifically behind it, I think it's just the similar, I would say, to agriculture. The agricultural model in Cuba is that they work with scientists and also farmers on the ground who have very strong localized knowledge, not just of, like I said, like plants, but also bugs, the climate, weather. Uh, yeah, I don't know if Mark wants to add anything more. He's right there. Um,
I really don't have anything to add on that. Thank you, Wayne, for organizing this. Thank you, Ainsley, for all your work that you put into this. I am at a Vets for Peace National Convention in Kansas City, where we're getting a phenomenal response. These are mostly Vietnam vets, but also veterans from the U.S. wars against Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's interesting the number of vets here who have been to Cuba, who want to get involved in Cuba Solidarity, recognizing the strangulation that the U.S. government is carrying out now against Cuba. I do want to say one tiny little thing about the science research in Cuba. I'm a marine biologist, and our first connection with Cuba and Ainsley going and presenting for our school and the LA Maritime Institute was around environmental issues and a marine science conference. And she presented on ocean plastic pollution and other issues. And that was our initial connection with Cuba scientists. And it since has evolved into a collaborative relationship where possible with coral reef reconstruction, and especially with the medical developments in Cuba, the development of certain vaccines that eliminate the need for amputations from end-stage diabetes, or a new Alzheimer's medicine that doesn't prevent Alzheimer's, but prevents it from developing further. And we know there are COVID vaccines. And it's unfortunate, but the US blockade of Cuba has meant that no Cuban scientists have been able to come to this country for years. And it prevents a collaboration between doctors, all to the detriment, really, of the people in the United States, where you have 100,000 people who have their lower limbs amputated every year because of diabetes, which we know is a real crisis. So I will just add that on the scientific front, that both the people of Cuba and the people of the United States would benefit greatly by an end to the blockade. And that's a critical mission of Ainsley's participation and others in the Hands Off Cuba committees and the committees that we're setting up all around the country to further work to end the blockade and to send medical shipments to Cuba. On Tuesday, we sent a 40-foot shipping container worth $750,000 of high-end medical supplies to Cuba, because Cuba's not illegal to purchase any of these supplies from the United States. So I'll stop there, and Ainsley can continue answering the questions.
yeah, so there's another question. Lizzie, can you speak to seed saving? So from my understanding, that this initiative took place after the collapse of the USSR. And I guess there's like research centers that Cuba has to pretty much preserve these like seeds that they weren't able to obtain. Also, I don't know exactly much about seed saving, Mark. Do you mind answering? Because I know we also have brought seeds to the island through Hands Off Cuba and different organizations.
Mm-hmm. I don't know much on that either. I do know, though, that as Wayne mentioned also, and Ainsley, when the Soviet Union collapsed and Cuba lost 80% of its trade, they went on a massive campaign of distribute seeds for people to build and have backyard gardens. And also, as Ainsley mentioned, everything became organic because Cuba did not have the money to bring in pesticides. This actually was a good thing in terms of the transition to a more sustainable agricultural economy, is that they had to resort to the old style manure, right? And composting, which went a long way, plus these backyard gardens, which they have reinstituted now since they are unable to bring in some food that they need. They're getting massive donations from Nicaragua, Mexico, Brazil, Vietnam. We met with the Vietnamese delegation here at the Vets for Peace conference. They were here to salute the Vets for Peace actions to protect veterans who were exposed to Agent Orange, who are veterans, and 1 million Vietnamese suffer under the impact of this, horrendous chemical that was used as a defoliant, but has multi-generational effects. They brought a young woman who's 29 years old. So 29, think about the war ended in 73. She was born in 29 and born disfigured with no legs because of her parents being exposed to Agent Orange. As for what it will take for a model to be implemented in the United States, a socialist revolution. I mean, that was the only way that Cuba could carry out the literacy campaign, the land distribution, the agrarian reform, and their international solidarity. And it's that the hatred by the U.S. for doing those things and for Cuba's international doctors' missions that has never subsided, and why the U.S. government is so intent on destroying this example of another type of society that's possible.
Yes, and I would like to add on to that question about what would you think it would take for a similar model. So a lot of people think that Cuba, the reason why they developed this agricultural model is because they had no other option, right? Because of the blockade and because of the collapse of the USSR. But like I mentioned earlier, it's precisely their socialist roots, their socialist response that produced this agricultural model. The response to these material conditions through a socialist lens, through a socialist governance that shaped this model. Otherwise, they could have, the blockade would have been lifted if they turned capitalist, or they would have not had the scientific knowledge if it weren't for the literacy campaign that pretty much was the first thing that started, or that the first thing that was pushed for after the revolution, the literacy campaign, the expansion of education. Not just for the elite, like prior to the revolution, but also for people on the ground. This is why these scientists right now, local farmers are actually gaining this type of scientific knowledge through the on-the-ground collaboration that exists in Cuba, not just in agriculture, but even with doctors. We have doctors, or Cuba has doctors that, go to small areas and they also train people. So this pretty much, I guess, how do I say this? Like a horizontal knowledge that is shared on the ground. It's not just limited to, certain people and whatnot. So, yeah, I guess that would be what it would take. A similar model is essentially a socialist model. You can't continue what you're doing. You can't have a model of sustainability under capitalism because, again, capitalist mode of production pushes for profit making, not rather than meeting the needs of people. And I don't mean this in like a moralist stance. It's just that's how the economic model functions.
Good point. Another thing that's needed is unionization of workers. So more than 90% of workers in Cuba are in a union. There are 17 different divisions. One of the most important ones that we collaborate with is the CTC. This is like the equivalent of the AFL-CIO, however it's revolutionary. But part of that is also ANAP, the National Association of Small Producers. So these are small farmers that are unionized also, that have representatives on the highest level of the government just as the CTC has people on the political bureau and in the leadership of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. The recent delegation we had to Cuba had an opportunity to meet with the president of the CTC, who discussed their functioning and to establish greater collaboration with our committee, which has quite a few unions in it and official union representation. So unionization is another important part in terms of organizing workers and peasants and farmers, small farmers. There are different layers. There were landless peasants, there were small farmers, there were big capitalists.
There's one more or another question. It says, what is the state of agroecology in the US today, and how is that related to the practice of permaculture? So I would say I'm not so sure what the state is in the US. I just do know that like the conventional industrial agriculture is what dominates the US today. And yeah, sorry, I don't want to say anything incorrect or that I'm not well spoken on. And how is that related to the predictions? I honestly, I'm sorry, I don't want to answer incorrectly, but I would say agroecology is not in really largely under industrial agriculture is what takes over in the U.S.
I mean, even the small amount of organic production has now been co-opted by agribusiness, right? All the big production agro companies now have, their line of allegedly organic foods, whether they are or not, who knows? I mean, theoretically, there's a pattern where you have to allow land to be fallow for a while, and then it has to be tested, and then you begin organic production. But it has been totally co-opted because it is big business now. The average person consumes 5 pounds of pesticides every year. Think about a 5-pound bag of sugar. That's the quantity of pesticides that we consume from what's on our fruits and vegetables. That's why more people want organic. Cuba's all organic now.
Let me ask another question then, Ainsley. How has Cuba, does anything in the practice of agroecology in Cuba try to reduce water use or try to, I guess, optimize the amount of fresh water that is used in producing it? One of the big problems of agriculture in the United States is that we consume incredible quantities of fresh water and don't seem to take into account the fact that even though they know that we're literally using up, water, we're wasting water. Is there anything in the agroecology practice in Cuba that maximizes water use, recycling, water capture, anything along those lines?
Yeah, so I would say just essentially through agroecology, by knowing the land that you're tilling, that you're working on, I would say producing or growing produce that is, works with the land, that isn't using the amount of water that isn't like water heavy. Especially with climate change right now, Cuba is anticipating droughts, or they have been experiencing droughts. Another thing is meat consumption. That meat consumption is way less. I did mention earlier that the U.S. has a really high amount of meat production, and it's devastating to the land, having these animals pretty much overwork the land. So I think that the first and foremost thing is like being conscious of the produce that they're growing, and also the amount of meat that they're using, that they're producing on land, or that they're producing.
there's a part of this that is part of what Cuba calls Tarea Vida, life task. And I sent you, Wayne, the link to this film, which is free, which you might consider sharing with anybody, putting on your website. It is a documentary done by a UK professor, an environmentalist who's written a number of phenomenal books on Cuba, We Are Cuba, where she had access to all the documents during the special period, etc. And there are three things that they've done right away they've got a 5-year plan, a 50-year plan to deal with climate change because they're victims of climate change. So one is they moved 30,000 families that lived near the beaches that would be affected by the rise of the oceans and built them brand new houses inland a little bit and gave them to them. The other thing they did is to move agriculture up the mountains, such as coffee production, where it's cooler and where there's more rainfall given the, clouds and water content of clouds and mountains, etc. And the third thing they did was to go on a massive campaign to plant mangroves around the island, especially around the southern part of the island. Mangroves will prevent water surges. They are critical for extending land by trapping sediment and leaves and things like that, and are the first step towards the development of islands. So planting mangroves. These are three little things. It's a terrific documentary. Yes, Helen Yaffe. Helen Yaffe, by the way, will come in and do a Zoom for you. We have tried to get her into the United States, but because of a new policy initiated under Trump and maintained by Biden, we couldn't bring her in, and we didn't know why. And that's because there's a thing called ETSA. ETSA was a way that Europeans could come to the U.S. very easily without a whole visa procedure. However, now, if you go to Cuba and then want to come to the US, you have to have an interview with Homeland Security. So this has tremendously killed European tourism because people don't want to go through that hassle. So instead of coming to the beaches in Cuba, they go to Dominican Republic or maybe some other place. And we didn't know about this until we realized this was why they wouldn't allow Helen Yaffe to come on tour in the U.S.
That's fascist. There was a question. Okay, there was a question from Matthew that said, throughout much of southern Appalachian, Western Kentucky, and the Ozarks, heirloom beans were traditionally not grown as roughage, but grown as protein, allowed to fully ripen. Accounted for much of the protein of those people 100 years ago. Do you believe that many of the solutions to U.S. better food production in the U.S. and the world would be held in more traditional heirloom planting?
I would say that's a strategy, a great strategy. That's I've heard of heirloom planting. I didn't know that it was practiced in the Appalachians. I would say since I think it is. I personally think that it is one of the solutions or one of the strategies that can be used because it's it has this specific cultural, regional, or historical ties to the specific land that is being worked on. It's not like these heirloom plants are distributed elsewhere. They're specific to the land, specific to these generations of farmers who know how to work the land. So I would say that's I'm glad you bring that up because I think that's one of the many strategies that could be used for agriculture. So for those who don't know what heirloom planting is, it's pretty much plants that are grown without really any interference. They kind of do their thing, and then the gardeners save the seeds. They're passed down in generations, but they're pretty much shaped by the land because there's no interference done. And again, I think it is a good strategy, a good, helping in the solution, because the plants are specific and shaped to the land they are on. It's not like they're, big agriculture where the seeds are being sent everywhere, and the land doesn't even know, who these seeds are, or.
Lizzie's comment is really good. And as Ainsley mentioned, you can think about the evolution of various species. When Europeans first arrived in North America, there were over 300 species of apples. Yet you go into a store and there are maybe a few, and now there's maybe a few more coming back. But a lot of the species that evolved with a certain environment, that also evolved certain resistance to diseases, pests, predators, etc., have just completely disappeared. Some are being brought back, but the development of monoculture around certain grains is potentially very dangerous for diseases. For example, there are diseases now that tremendously affect banana production, and massive groves of bananas have been just burned and torched and plowed under, trying to prevent this disease. Another side of that, however, is the U.S. campaigns against Cuba by spreading the swine flu, by spreading the tobacco rust, and other forms of bioterrorism against Cuba, which I recently read a book on biological warfare against Cuba, and it'll blow your mind what the U.S. did in order to destroy livestock as well as crops in Cuba. So biodiversity is something that we must all fight for, because we are losing many, many species every minute. And that certainly wasn't the case prior to the rise and expansion of capitalism in the 1950s and move to more monocultures and singular species of food production.
Awesome. Well, thanks, comrades, for coming out. I mean, it's really helpful. We're trying to put together a plan, and Cuba has done very well in this, and that was an excellent presentation. And are there any more? I don't know if there are any more questions.
Well, I wanted to thank you, Wayne and Joshua, for doing this, for inviting us. And we would like to share these presentations, if possible, on our U.S. Hands Off Cuba website, where we have a whole drop down on educational PowerPoints and webinars, and invite anybody who's listening and spread the word to send Ainsley an email. And whatever city you're in, we will try and involve you in defense of Cuba. It's
Awesome. I was going to ask that. Yeah. Do you know if y'all have a branch in Raleigh, North Carolina?
I think there are activists there. We just set up a branch in Atlanta. I don't know how far that is.
Okay.
Based upon the Teamsters Union members who work at Amazon. But if you email Ainsley or the LA Hands Off Cuba Committee, we will put you on the mailing list so you'll know about all the national webinars that are happening. And we send out maybe once a week a couple of articles, key important articles from Cuba media. Especially important now. Just today, the U.S. made much more public, and the New York Times reported on a new massive CIA campaign against Cuba. This is sort of like Bay of Pigs reloaded as they're preparing for a military intervention. Since they have not been able to break the Cuban people, they have not been able to find a Delcy Rodriguez that they could put forth as an alternative to the revolutionary government and the Cuban Communist Party. But we all have to do whatever outreach we can and be prepared, as we are in LA and other cities, that if the US does militarily attack, as they are threatening to do and amassing troops in the Key West area and in Puerto Rico, that we have emergency responses at all the federal buildings in whatever city we are in. But the job now is webinars like this, which are very important to increasing solidarity and education about Cuba and understanding about exactly why is the U.S. going after this tiny little island. So thank you for organizing this. And it's a unique topic that I would never have thought of having a webinar on. So kudos to all of you.
Thank you so much again, everyone, for listening and for having us here. Yeah, and if you want to be more involved, ushandsoffcuba.org, ? Just look up US Hands Off Cuba.
Okay.
We do appreciate you all.
Okay. Well, we certainly appreciate y'all, and it was an excellent presentation, and good job handling the questions.
Yeah, it's not my bread and butter, but science is.
Yeah, not my forte either. So you pushed us.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank y'all.
Okay, so anybody send Ainsley an email, and if you want to be on the mailing list and get involved in whatever way possible.
Awesome.
There's a new medical campaign for maternal vitamins, for prenatal vitamins. The infant mortality rate has doubled in the past 6 months because of the blockade and the inability of providing enough basic foods and enough folic acid, which is key to pregnancy, development of healthy bones, immune systems in pregnant in fetuses. So our website has a link to that. People can help out in that effort. So I'm going to sign off and head back and work with some of these vets to get them involved in Cuba committees around the country. So thank you again, everybody.
Thanks, comrades. I think next we have, well,
You've lost your mic, Josh.
yeah, where are we on time?
We would technically have Law presenting in about 6 minutes.
Okay, let me message him. I just sent a text that was received. A response has not been made. Well, we have about six minutes before Wah presents. If for some reason he can't make it, last I heard he was as of 5:30 this morning. So I guess if it's okay with everybody, we want to take like a 10-minute break to get up and use the restroom and get something to drink and that kind of stuff. Is that okay with everybody? And then if for some reason Wayne doesn't show up, we've got to come up with a plan.
Uh, well, if Hot Watt doesn't show up, we'll ask David to move up, and we'll just change our schedule.
If that's okay with David, yes. But so everybody take about 5 minutes, and then hopefully Wayne will be on. I'm not gonna lie, I've got to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Okay. There you are. Wow. Okay. Sorry. I'm adding you.
Can everyone see or well, my camera's not on, but can everyone see or hear me? This is
Yes.
computer I'm getting, so it's still, I think it's still trying to get the, why is it not on? But can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. That's good enough for me, I guess. I don't know why I mean, this is probably new-ish, but that's my face is not important. The important thing is the presentation. So, yeah, thanks for staying with this for a few minutes when I was dealing with the text issue, but I am here and we are gonna learn about water, and I'm hoping that you guys will have some get some important takeaways out of this as we move on. Okay, here's my slide, and I will present. Where's the share? Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay. Let's make sure I get everything set.
Oh, while it's getting set up, we just Paul's been working on his dissertation. So
Yeah, it's that's why I have not been responsive, because and basically this PowerPoint presentation is a fraction of what I do from what I'm doing for my PhD. So if you didn't get to hear my actual dissertation, that you're gonna get a snippet of what it was about. And can people see my slides? I'm gonna get the chat on.
We don't see your slides. Well,
You don't see my slides?
no.
Huh.
it just says Hua Huang has started screen sharing.
I see. Yeah, I started screen sharing. Yes. How about now?
It says it started screen sharing, but
Okay.
did you select select the thing? It might be buffering, yeah.
Yeah, it's buffering. It's one of those things where it's just when your laptop has a bunch of information, it's just starts to like freak out. The other thing is Microsoft is now like connecting you to virtually everything at all times, and automatically they start loading information. And let's see.
I mean, if need be, while you can email the slideshow to either myself or
That actually will work. Yeah. Because now my how about wait, is it working now?
No.
it still says you're
No.
did you select the background?
Yeah, I selected it. I need it. Yeah, like Lizzie said, I need to just close out other programs. Alternatively, Josh, if I send you the slides, will you be able to like just I'll say click or something and you
Yep.
can yeah. All right. I will I'll send the slide. Let's see, how can I
You can post a link
okay.
to it in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just like if it's not a Zoom meeting without tech issues, isn't it?
Right.
That's the truth.
Yeah, actually, Josh, I'm gonna upload the slides to a Google Drive, and then everyone will be able to have it in a way. And Josh, you can then be able to present it. Let's see. All right. If it's really funny, please don't. That if it freaks out and just my computer crashes, just been doing that a lot lately too. Why would you do this? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Um, irony of technology is like they want to make everything more efficient and faster. Ironically, it's gone the opposite direction because it wants to do all the things at once. And meanwhile, while I'm doing this, I would like to ask people, what is do you know where you get your drinking water from? And you can type in the chat as I do this. Okay, here we go. And then share the link, copy link. Wow, it is protesting. It's all right. Okay. Share. Restricted link. I can edit. All right. Copy link. And yep. Oh, where do you live, Lizzie? Oh, Santa Fe, Watershed. Yeah. And let me know if you can access the PowerPoint presentation there.
We don't
North
have,
Central Florida.
Uh,
you need to share access with Josh specifically.
I mean, I don't mind other people getting the slides, but just wondering if people can access it. That's my question.
yeah, you just need to give me permission.
Oh, okay. That's what I did. I just did a share thing. Share, and it's still restricted. What? All right. Everyone can be editor.
You should be able to put a setting that says everyone has access.
Yeah, I just did that.
Happily.
It's the thing where it's like I started did that and it's like it didn't. It's like updated. Okay, try again.
Okay.
Well, water, county water. Okay. I'm actually glad that people actually know where to get drinking water from because many people actually don't. I was honestly surprised. I live in Raleigh with Josh, and the thing with so my dissertation is about the drinking water for the city of Durham. And it turns out that Durham's drinking water source, the reservoir, is 14 miles away from the actual city itself. So that's how much, how badly, how willing people are like put in the expense to and the effort to get drinking water. And it's like, yeah, I feel like I feel like a lot of people actually take the drinking water source count for granted. It's just but then it's like when you think about how the city is willing to go 14 miles northwest from itself to get water to feed its own people. It's like people we need water more than you ever know. Yeah. All right, you can see the slides from Josh.
Yeah, I've got to figure out how to play it.
Slideshow, Josh.
Go to slide.
Go to slides. Yeah.
Okay, just say next slide when you're ready. Can you see it?
All
Can
right.
everybody see it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Yeah. So you can go on the next slide.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm actually going to have for y'all is I'm going to do a case study of Lake Mickey, which I just talked about a little bit. That's the water that I'm doing this is my PhD dissertation on, the state of the water and the situation. And I'm going to be asking people, what will you do? Basically, next slide. Yeah. So yeah, that was my question. Where do you get drinking water? I'm sure we all know each other, but like, and so there's probably with like, I'm putting, I mean, three of the photos. We think about it this way. So like, we know, I mean, I don't know if any of these guys actually drank the water like they're showing in the camera. I don't know, but like that's not the point. The point is like 3 times in a row, the public has been demanding like, the president like show us that you can drink water and still be fine. Basically, 3 times in a row, we're getting that. I don't remember if someone who is like decades before me can tell me like if there's been any other president that has like been asked by the people to do this. Let me know. But like right now, as far as I'm concerned, like yeah, since the 2000s, I've not seen it. We've seen 3 sitting presidents like in a row having like been told by the people, hey, drink the water. Yeah, they of course they won't drink Flint water. It's lead poison. Yeah. Um, but yeah, that's the issue. So also glad to see people know where they get their water from. Even better if you can know like, yeah, where well Ohio. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah. Next slide. So questions, what are you worried about? These are some issues that I know is kind of a problem right now especially in Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. We were for starting just 2 months ago getting stage 2 water restriction issue. So that's for like Falls Lake, that's Raleigh's drinking water. For Durham, that's Lake Michigan, like both were getting stage 2 level water restriction. I think that's basically no watering the lawn or something, which lawns are awful anyway. But also like I know people are worried about microplastic, people are worried about PFAS, people are worried about algal bloom. So I just wanted to put in the chat like what are you worried about? What else is maybe something that's specific to your local issue that you might be worried about with drinking water. See, lots of potable groundwater. Yeah, it's a drought an issue also, Lizzie. Okay. I'll talk a little bit. I'm definitely gonna talk a little bit about that in a little bit because private capture as a yeah drought is a problem. Yeah, private capture is actually one of the main issues that like one of the main like contributing problems to like what a drought and apparently more of the Western Kentucky water comes from the underground aquifer. Run out of purified Ohio River water. Forever chemicals. Yeah, I'm surprised that. Well, forever chemicals. I'm surprised it's not a problem already. Salt water. Oh, salt water in aquifers. Salting. Whoa. Oh. Yeah. See, this is why I needed folks to like get. This is why when I was doing the presentation, I was thinking I want to make this interactional because I already know what's going on in North Carolina. Like, I'm glad to hear like shit. I'm sorry to hear like salting the. Oh wow. I mean, salinization of freshwater is an issue. Drought, but it's also like private capture. I think private capture is a bigger problem than people realize, and we're finding that. Next slide. Yeah. I'm just getting a brief description about Lake Mickey. I just mentioned it's northwest of North Carolina, about like 20 kilometers. Yeah, northeastern, sorry. And it's pretty massive. It can provide well I have 11,000 acre feet of volume of water, that's drinkable water for the resident Durham. Even then, I think it's like there's a conversion. I don't forget how many gallon that is, but even then, like Durham is right now looking to like they have two. Durham has two drinking water source, Lake Mickey and Little River, and soon Durham is looking at getting a third reservoir for their drinking water. So that's how desperate it is. Yeah. I was surprised to say, oh, Durham gets 3 lakes. Well, soon to be 3 lakes for a drinking water source. That's wow. Yeah, tracking is a problem. Yeah. So point being is just when the drinking water for Durham started changing in their taste and odor, Durham basically asked my lab to they commissioned my lab to look into like, oh, can you check out what's going on here? It's like again, how badly are they? How much money? To what degree is the city actually willing to like spend the money and resources like so just so people can have like tap water drink on tap? That's how willing they're willing to do this. So yeah, next slide. So this is one thing to note here. I get a sense that many of you probably will know this, but your drinking water is not like pure of like nothing in it. It's got its own like mixture of nutrients. So I will tell you something that my microbiology professor from undergrad told me that I will never forget. Especially, I will never forget her French accent either. But she says, don't think of, well, she was referring to seawater, but I think I worked with freshwater too. Don't think of the water as just H2O. Think of it as a matrix of almost like think of it as more like a gelatinous soup of like everything to think of, all the nutrients, everything. So you're supposed to have nitrogen, the phosphorus, your sulfur, like the major macromolecules. So this here was a graph I generated from Lake Mickey in 2020 about like the nitrogen level from April to October 2020. Take a look at this and tell me what's the first thing you see here that's wrong.
I mean, it's up between April and June and then drops off and then comes back during, I guess, farming time, right?
Yeah, it drops off. What else is wrong? What's something that stands out to you that doesn't look right? It's supposed to flux. By the way, it's supposed to fluctuate. It's supposed to flux.
What's the implication of the steep drop in your NOx levels?
NOx is actually spikes in June. Yeah, actually, it's much higher in like before April. But yes, there's a spike in June. Good point. And you were asking Wing about the implication of the drop. So you're onto something. But there's another thing that I want people to like notice and recognize like something is off here. Besides this, like I said, it's supposed to go up and down as the day goes on because the nitrogen mostly comes from like the things that live in the water that lives and dies. That's why this cycles. It's supposed to fluctuate. So if it's supposed to cycle, what's something that's wrong here? Yeah. It's supposed to cycle through. It's supposed to go up and down. So something else is going wrong here.
Well, it doesn't look like there's anything from July into September, or
There it is. Yep. It's supposed to fluctuate because the nitrogen mostly comes from the organism that lives and dies. And so if that's the case, what's going on from July to September? It's flatlined. So next slide. Yep. NOx is short for, it's actually both nitrate and nitrite. A brief synopsis of what the nutrient cycle, as you will, is that the bacteria mostly are the ones that basically like they need nutrients. They have a preference actually like with oxygenated nitrogen. So like nitrate, nitrite. So it's like and that's nitrogen plus three oxygen attached to it. So like some bacteria really like those because it's oxygenated nitrogen. So they'll take those first. And if that runs out, they're gonna take the one that like tried with the I think NO2, which is 2 oxygen. So they take that. It's just like so as it goes on, it eventually just becomes like it's just left with like ammonium, which I think they don't like as much. They don't really care for stuff, but they will still eat it. Eventually just become like all that's left is just pure like N2 nitrogen. So like that runs out. So everything goes around spectral. So yeah, next slide. Just trying to give you some more things going on. So here is the graph. So you somebody talk about spikes in June. Look at what happens near day 150. There's a spike in it. So geosmin 2 MIB, those are taste and odor compounds that people pick up on. Yeah, it's like, oh, it smells funny, or like the smell that comes out from the earth when it rains. That's the smell. Some people don't like it. I don't know why. I'm okay with it, but there's a spike. So something is going on there. And that's just the bacteria that's behind like all the horizontal line. That is the bacterial cell count. And can't really tell as well here, but if you see like the pink and the blue line and the green one, well, all of them actually. Josh, you mentioned that like in July a flat line. See how they all kind of sort of downtrended. Those are This is a logarithmic scale. So 6 here on the right means 10 to the 6. So that's actually a million. That's the brown line. That's a million. Like so, those are in the thousands, hundreds and thousands. So when something goes down, it really goes down. So things are dying. So things are dying in there, and it's like what's going on? Next slide. And this is some microscopy stuff that one of my colleagues, one member of my thesis committee did. And this is on the right. You see a graph. There's a graph here from 2015 to 2020, and it's for 2020. You see there's a spike to like what's it 15,000 millimeter cube per meter cubed. That's massive. But when you look on the right, squint really closely. What do you see that jumps out at you? So like I superimpose the trend line for the taste and odor on over the overlapping the microscopy. What do you see there what do you think is going on there?
Looks like Dialacrosporum or went way up.
Yeah, the Dolichospermum. So that would be this one right here. Yep. So that Dolichospermum that went way up. It went from like something from like I don't know 1,000 something to 10,000 in a week. In a week, it jumped up like that is, and then as soon as it jumped up, 1 week later, it just dies. Yeah. So let me just erase that. Yeah, we can only guess why. But I think the thing here is going to the next one for quick, just for extra thing I want to share with you. So this is a gene analysis. You cannot like I'm just showing you like here's what I can also do to like show it's going on. So it just further reinforces that the Dolichospermum the way it follows a trend line with the adjustment is reinforces the point that like it was this they were the ones responsible for changing the taste and odor. But here's the thing. The experiment, these are blue-green algae. They are the algal bloom that people are afraid of. And then it's like the taste and odor molecules that they make is actually they're not toxic. It's just people are annoyed by it. But yeah. But the thing is like those chemicals stay inside the bacteria as long as they live. It's bound pretty tightly inside. It's like literally like the way our organs are packed inside is supposed to stay in there. It's not supposed to come out. So the fact that it jumps out that's high is because a lot of them died in a week. And so what happens next is that as they die, because cyanobacteria, they are the grass or the plants for the microbial world. So when they die, that's all the bacteria and all the other critters who cannot do photosynthesis to make food for themselves with sunlight, they will eat them. And you saw the nitrogen going down, like way down. That's basically like this. Like when those algal bloom die, they are now officially like this massive like influx of food source for everything else in that water. They all come eat it, and that's the overconsumption in the bacterial world. And I crash. That's why you see the crash in nitrogen. The thing with algal bloom is that it goes not just a toxin, but it is basically the state of the water. It goes out of balance. It throws things out of balance. So it becomes an overproduction and the overconsumption. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar to anybody? Yeah. No, you can go ahead next slide. Yeah. The cancer of capitalism. Yes, the pulling DC. But yeah, in conclusion, that's not a conclusion just yet. That's the conclusion for the case study. I want to hear what your conclusion is from that case study so far. You can type it in the chat too.
Well, Stack, Josh.
Yeah.
It looks like an event happened that caused that later caused a die-off, or like something happened to spike it. So something happened. There was an algal bloom.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't have a clear answer for that. I had two guesses. One, when algal bloom, the way algal bloom behave is very different from algae itself. It was not responding to external stimuli. It's not, so it just consumes. And I think it overconsumes and it is starving and it kills it and it just dies that quickly. That's one possibility. Two is the Aciniodorm, they treat algal bloom with copper. And they just care about killing the algae. Okay, fine. They killed it. But it's like I haven't gotten the impression that they are aware or they care about the successive implications behind, like, okay, you killed the thing, you killed the immediate problem, but you're not thinking about like down the line, what does that mean? Like you're tossing copper into things. Disruption of living organisms, drop in O2 in the growth of cyanobacteria. Yep. Yeah, followed by rise in nitrogen from death. Yeah. That there was a rise a little bit, and then that rise comes from like the cyanobacteria release the nitrogen, and then you see that was in June. In June, you see a little spike. That's the thing dies and it releases a bunch of nitrogen, but then everyone else grab all and get so, and they overproduce themselves and they overconsume, and it crashes. And so the algal bloom, which by the way, probably I'm guessing that bloom come from like dumping of nitrogen upstream of Lake Michi before we started measuring. I think before that there was something else going on. That's my guess. From there it's like that. Yeah. So that's just one issue. So I want to show you the more political aspect of it. Next slide. It'll go. It'll be a few slides up. Yep. So here's what's going on. You can click it. I'll tell you what else is going on with like. Now I click onto the slide and you get the. Yep. So yeah, keep clicking. So this is the watershed for where I live in Wake County. Rocky Branch and Walnut Creek. We have also on top of algae the problem with PCB contamination. We have Lake Crabtree. This is a Superfund site designated by EPA. And I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit of this thing about the Lake Guardians. And the thing is the real problem is still very anthropogenic. It's very human action induced. Josh can definitely also share with you like, hey, here's why we have PCB problem. Actually, Josh, would you like to share with folks why we have PCB as an issue in Raleigh and Wake County?
Well, you're the expert. I'll let you do that. I mean,
I want to hear people's like, what is your take on what's going on? Because you were with me in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you have to do is that it makes me think of the quarry. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they're taking out a big chunk of the airport's land and putting another stone quarry in the middle, which is generally bad.
Yeah. I mean, I think again, that's just one of the problems. It's just at least for Lake Crabtree, that's one of the problems. And also the airport, the runoff from the airport, because all the runoff from our airport out of the airport goes to the watershed. Everything flows down. Everything flows downhill. Everything flows downhill. It goes downhill to Upstate State Park. Next slide. So also, NC State. I would say NC State is like the second culprit to this because we have a lot of old buildings, and then I think older than 1969. Don't have like PCB in it, and it's now they're leaching into. I'm pretty sure they are leaching into groundwater. We really need someone to test the river nearby. Yeah, I mean, wasn't a few. The reason why I asked wasn't feel right about this is because I just said NC State had a lot of old buildings, and here they're filing lawsuit against Monsanto about PCB. So I would like to ask people like, what do you feel is kind of off about that headline?
Yeah. And it seems to be a little bit of blame placing.
Yeah, is NC State is not taking responsibility.
Right.
Like we have our union has demands at NC State. One of them being like, hey, you gotta inform everyone who is an alumni, who is a student, who is a faculty, who goes to those buildings. Hey, you got this problem. You got and especially alumni. How many people like graduated? I think we got like over 50 people who died from breast cancer who were alumni from NC State. And they were in that building that was affected. Yeah, and you're saying bring corporation in if they stay silent. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a lot of privatization going on in NC State too, which is annoying. But it's like, again, a lot of people who got cancer who don't have family history of breast cancer, and now they have breast cancer. That's the other thing that's kind of damning. But the problem is NC State, the way they solve the problem, it's like this is not the first time they has a problem. 4 years before this, we have raised that issue as a union, and their solution is to stay silent long enough for us to graduate, and then they think that they'll be all over. That's how they solve the problem. Yeah, next slide. And then also we have this North Carolina. Keep clicking, Josh. Yep, Wake Stone. We didn't talk about this. Wake Stone Corporation. They try to like grab parkland for their mining. That's on the left. That's I forgot. What's it? I think that's Sam Bradson. It's Wake Stone's. Wake Stone's CEO. Standing over his destruction of that is parkland, by the way. And to your right is here on the left, you see a logo for Wake Stone Corporation as a mining company. To your right, you see Wake Stone Corporation as a property company. Last year, they sold their mining stuff to Vulcan, and now they are real estate. Bad headpiece. Yeah, but it's also just like notice how this family, Wake Stone Corporation, like the CEO's family, they went from a mining company, and this year they are now real estate. As we are saying, if you want to know, like, if anyone wants to say, oh, how do we ever get Trump? I think we got something here in Wake Stone that's gonna evolve into that if we don't hold people accountable. Because like the worst thing that what I think is upsetting is that it's not so much these assholes, but they are still awful. But it's just like we know they're gonna be awful. But what's worse is that people who are in power, who can and should hold them accountable, are not. Wake Stone CEO, by the way, is also I think the chair of the North Carolina Mining Commission. What's wrong with that? A CEO of a mining company is the chair of the mining commission for North Carolina. But that's what we got, because like people we don't want to hold them accountable. We don't want to like target people. We don't want to say, but then we have to, right? Because like that's why it's important to know like who has anything social. I mean, we're a social party. Here's the thing: we need to know who our target is. We need to know where we're getting things from, because actually no. Why? Actually, I'm throwing it back to you guys. Why is it important that we know where we get our water from in the context of freshwater? Why it's important that we know where we're getting from? Power mapping finds power. Yep. Anyone else? I'll get another one.
Well, I mean, if we know where our drinking water comes from, we know what to look out for when people are threatening the water table.
Yeah.
When they're trying to plan developments inside the water table at Falls Lake, which is where we get our water from. Construction generally is not good for drinking water supply, and since like 2% of the potable water on the planet is all we have, that we should make sure that we don't let industrial polluters that don't care about anything except profit have access to that. And we need to hold our leaders accountable for letting business sweet talk them into doing things that will have long-term bad effects.
Yeah. And going back to what Liz says also about power and strength power, the whole reason why capitalism doesn't work is because under capitalism, we don't own anything. We don't own where we live. We don't get to have a say over where we live. Most of us, how many of you rent? Raise your hand or type here if you rent. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's like we don't have power where we rent. We live. We don't have power where we work. That's why we have unions, right? Because we have tenant union. We have labor union because we had no control, because that is how we can have some semblance of control over our situation, our living situation. If like Raleigh, and I recently realized we don't even have public transit. The so-called public transit in Raleigh is outsourced to a private company to do stuff for the city. It's like the city can't even be bothered to manage their own public transit infrastructure. They sold it to an international company to take care of for them. Yeah, it's regulatory capture. That's exactly right. Yeah, and I would like to hear about like how people. And just when you realize it's like how many things that it's important to know like who's running the infrastructure, and you realize, oh wait, like Raleigh is not even doesn't. I think they just had their own testing lab like this year. I think I'm not sure. I know they opened in February, but I don't know. I haven't checked yet the extent to which it is the city of Raleigh that actually tests their own drinking water. But yeah, it's like when you realize it's like how many things the city is not running itself, is selling to other companies to run for them. You start to realize it's like what is it, what culturally, like why is what we have accepted, what have normalized, and we shouldn't normalize. It's like, and that's the thing about people think start local, because it goes a long way. So like next slide. There's a lot of things you can do locally. It's not just presidential elections, and that's the point I also want to drive home, is that there's a lot of things you can do, and there's a lot of things you can start having control over. Start asking. Do not ask. We're past asking. Start demanding. Start demanding to have control in your life. Because yeah, I mean this is some things that we do at NC State. To tabling is a way great way to raise awareness. Thinking about like earlier, someone talked about wanting to have lake guardians, and that's a good way to. The question is, what is the way you can make it a community project that that you can consistently show up for, like let's say show up every week, but also like to avoid burnout and build numbers. How are you going to invite someone else who is not involved to like come do this thing with you the next week, kind of thing? Can you have something that where people show up consistently? Is there a way? Can you do it in a way that encourage people to encourage new people who like passed by and got curious, like, hey, what are you doing? They're like, hey, you want to do things with us? And then the third thing is like, there's build power, can you show consistently, and like will be able to affect change like in your life. And I feel like freshwater is a very effective way of that's a way to really like utility is a way for ecosocialism to like electricity, because Duke Energy we have that issue. That's one way. Like utility, I think is one way. Freshwater, I honestly think it's another way. Clean air is another way. Like those are the things that we can think about. Like what is a thing that we can materially connect to a direct target and say, hey, we need to apply pressure to this because we know they have power over this, or we see that power from them. And also like I think the thing that we usually have trouble with is building power. So like what is the thing that we like think about, what is it you can do that is like a project that start with you, but then like maybe 2 weeks from now it's you and someone else, and then like 2 weeks from now you someone else, and like you see how it goes. Like everyone like start asking like 2 other people to like come through, and that's how you get your lake guardian. Because I think we should all be lake guardians. I have a friend who is a I think she's a surgeon, surgeon in New York now. She once told me that like the work that we do for freshwater and oceanography, the water is the blood of the planet, and we are the phlebotomist of the planet. It's like, wow, yeah, that's it. And I think we need to all be that. And it's another reason why I was doing a little exercise with y'all about the case of the waters like Mickey. I want people to realize that science is not it's not I want to make science as unelite as possible. Like everyone should be able to do science. And that slide that I did, that the whole thing I did, it was just a month ago that I was cleaning up my graph and I realized, wait, this drop that just happened. How come I never talk about this? So I literally just spent this past month rewriting my entire 3 chapters. I'm still rewriting. Like something even as simple. I realized that something as simple as just measuring nutrients of your water every week goes a long way. So I don't. We gotta find. I mean, like that's the other thing. Like we gotta find a way to just like be able to do citizen science. Just measuring the chlorophyll and measuring nutrients. These 2 things is really like just the basic of basics that I think every city should do. I've actually contacted municipalities across Southeast US, and a lot of them are very jumpy and scared about a researcher from NC State University to like, hey, can you give me like your report on your water thing? They're really jumpy about like me asking for that data. So that's another thing that got to me thinking like, we need to measure our own thing. When the city doesn't even want to share that with the public. Like I'm not. It's like I can't imagine like I'm not asking for your social security number. I'm asking for your data on like how safe your water. I think I asked someone in Florida. I don't know which. I think I asked Tallahassee, but yeah. That's that's really a key point. So like next slide. And so like this is the outreach support. This is some of the local support that we have in North Carolina, at least in the Raleigh Triangle area. We have Triangle Union. We have UE Local 150. UE Local 150 is again the labor union for the entire public sector of North Carolina. So like if you know anyone who works in public sector in North Carolina and they don't know about UE 150, tell them to join their freaking union. And yeah, like they have more power than they realize. So like, can you imagine if the entire sanitation workers across North Carolina just decided to go on strike until we get clean water? Wait, what's the FOIA? I think no, FOIA, FOIA. That's FOIA, FOIA. Let's see. And we also have Raleigh University Hub. We are moving actually. Fingers crossed that we actually get to move next to the Per Cup Cafe. But yes, that is so like know what organizations are available to like reach out to in your area. And next slide. I would really like to coordinate and work with folks like I will say I can help out in the form of a consultation. If you have thoughts or questions about ideas for a community project, basically I will pound the question into your head so you will start thinking automatically, thinking about like what is this thing I can do that build number of people, like I recruit people in like interested in getting involved, and something that will affect that if you win, can materially change your life and your community's life. Like it doesn't have to be big. You can start small, and it'll be bigger than you realize. So that's my main takeaway. And yeah, sorry about the tech issue earlier and me rambling, but I'll give a couple minutes for like anyone who had questions.
Matthew has a question in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me see. The company is part of farm chemicals in some. Okay, I was reading that in Western Kentucky strip pit coal mining, the upcoming hurt our well water. Farm chemical affected well water and countryside. In Eastern Kentucky, mining ruined the monster water. In some Eastern Kentucky counties, cancer warning and whoa, water bills. 6 months filters last about a week. Well, coming down from Ohio River. Okay. Can we ever get clean water again? It's our own internal, not just being poisoned, but also rob our benefits we need. Yeah. Like when I read about this, I was thinking not just about it's like Flint is like how many of you know about the situation in Hawaii with Red Hill? Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. So I won't belabor you with that. So the people there are still fighting despite that. The military is screwing over the well water, but that's and also when Obama declared marine sanctuary that actually is not what the people actually needed. They can't like fishing is dead with the people's way of life, and he basically say like they can't fish there. That's what's going on there. I think says this. I think you can. I would say start with like the question of where you get a clean groundwater again. Start thinking about how you can. I would say with an asterisk in the sense of like there's I believe that at least that's my belief. You can always get reclaim. I do believe you can reclaim your power at any point that you choose to, but you had to work toward it. There's no shortcut to working toward reclaiming your power and reclaiming yours. That's what I come to understand through you organizing under labor unions, and I still stand by that in a sense like I've seen when applying pressure, the normal trajectory if we do nothing is really bad. We all know that. But I think like when we do something, it may feel like we're not getting where we want, but we just gotta keep going at it until we do eventually reclaim what is rightfully ours. And that means like now some people who like got like half of what they want, they like compromise. It's just breadcrumbs, and they cheer and pat themselves back, and they just never see them again. Like not that. Do not do that. But basically, I keep moving forward, and I think like talking like we should keep in touch to make sure that like we do actually get to the finish line, and not just what we were thought to believe is the finish line. Josh, every Tuesday in the past, we used to do a lot of the Tuesday trash talk. I think we should bring that back.
Oh, okay.
Just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Any
not
other questions?
But yeah, I can do it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, like even Zoom happy hour, like it should not be one person. Like if we can do it in a way that invite someone new, someone else to like run the thing, that will build numbers. So it's like if you're busy one of these days and can't do it, then if hopefully by hopefully a month from now, we got someone else who can step up, kind of things. Like we have to keep thinking, like that's the trouble we are doing, and we need to think more actively. How are we doing the things we do in a way that invite new people to participate, not just sit in, but like actually then like maybe next time we do this, you won't have to be the host. Someone else who hasn't done it will. You gotta think that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see? Are you familiar with the Rights of Nature movement?
Actually, not. Yeah, not really. Is it
Lizzie, do you
regional or
want
national?
do you want to give a brief description?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know where we are in time, but hold on, let me
We've got
I mean,
about
we're
40
kind of like
minutes before the break.
we've got what?
Got about 3
or
minutes
some NCP.
break.
Okay. Lizzie, if you want to, you can talk. If you want to give a 3-minute description of what the rights of nature is.
Yeah, so basically our legal systems have been created to protect property owners,
Yep.
assets.
Mhm.
And so we've forgotten that that really nature also should be represented, should have
Yep.
standing, legal standing. So we need to change our entire legal system. And so rights of
Yeah.
nature based on some indigenous knowledge, people
Yeah.
across the globe are working on this.
Yeah.
So giving a river a right to stand up and be heard. And that's where like nature guardians, people that are connected locally to that really have, some weight behind them, come in with their, local knowledge and good science and are able to represent, that ecosystem. So it's definitely a wonderful effort. And I've just recently presented in Chicago, bringing a novel approach to it, which would be for us to incorporate, institutionalize, embed into our governance structures, whether it be our parties, our organizations, our businesses, in the decision-making spaces, an actual person that is that nature guardian, that nature representative, right? And so, that's what we need to do. In order to change the system, we need to change the structures we're working in, right? So that's kind of an added thing that caught my attention over the pond, because here in Florida, we had an excellent rights of nature. We had almost 90% of our voters in Orange County, and that is Orlando, that is Disney, that is corporate heaven.
I'm sorry.
And we had 89.6% of the voters vote for the rights of nature, for clean water. It started with the Luchi River, and it expanded into a clean water, clean rivers for Orange County. And then our state legislature enacted a bill that not only preempted it, but, backdated so that, of course, the voters, they nullified it. So, anyway, this other novel approach at least lets us do a little bit on this for those areas that we're still, kind of being hampered by this kind of leader-driven, right-wing, crazy, don't let any people have any democracy or say in their lives. So, check.
I actually like the idea, Lizzie. And also, I would say this is where having people who run the infrastructure joining the fight be very effective. Because I mentioned about, like, imagine all sanitation workers going on strike until they get clean water. Imagine everyone who cleaned the park in Disney decides to go on a strike until the people in Florida get clean water. But the first things first. This is why having a union for the public sector in North Carolina was such a great idea. By the way, that idea came from Sarah Muhammad. He was just a rank and file union member for UE, and he wanted to make. His vision was basically to make it for the entire public sector, so that there's cross-talking. That cross-talking is very important. They want us to be siloed in our respective department and not talk to each other. That's all it takes for us to ruin ourselves. But we had a crosstalk. So that's why I invite people to say, hey, come to email me or something with the crosstalk. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Well, thanks, Wah. It looks like we're in the break time. Wayne, what time do we come back and discuss air quality? With David?
We need to be ready for David at 3:40 p.m. Eastern, 12:40 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, about half an hour.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, Wah, and that was a good presentation. And hit me up as soon as you have some time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I will. Thank God.
Thanks, Paul.
And so everybody will be on a break for a half an hour to get food, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Thank everybody for showing up at this point. Hope to see everybody in about a half an hour. And I hope everybody's enjoying everything. I wish I had something to put on the live stream that was just like instrumental intermission music, but you know how that goes.
National.
So everybody that's not on break, we will sing the international together for a half an hour for the background of the fee. Uh, and then if somebody remind me to sorry. Um to start the recording after the break. Anyway, well,
Can you see the screen?
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I tried to promote you to panelist earlier and it said that it declined and then it went through the second time. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm used to dealing with meetings and not webinars, so. Looks like we got about 3 minutes. Hopefully we can get people back on. I left the live stream on, so there's probably people that are bored watching, but
Well, actually, we're 2 minutes over. It should have started 2 minutes ago, according to my clock.
okay. Okay, well, let me start the recording again. And thank you to Professor David Klein for talking about atmospheric changes and the consequences. Thanks for doing this for us.
Sure thing. Glad to. So here's an outline of what I'm going to talk about. The first topic is global average temperature trends, and then greenhouse gas concentrations and radiative forcing. The biggest section will be the effects of a hotter planet, and a particular example of that, an important one, is the polar jet stream and extreme weather events. And then I'll talk about removing atmospheric carbon and some technological issues. And then I'll end with a discussion of capitalism as the driver of the climate crisis. So global average temperature trends, well, you see before you a graph of the global average temperature from 1850 to 2025. And so, it's clearly getting hotter. But it's not getting hotter in a homogeneous way. There are parts of the planet that are warming faster than others. The northern hemisphere is warming faster than the southern hemisphere because, excuse me, because there's more land in the northern hemisphere. And the poles are warming very, very quickly. This particular graph is really interesting and rather scary. So what it is a sort of an illustration of the change in global heating by month from January on the far left to December on the far right through different decades of Earth's history. So the lower blue curves that you see represent the global average temperatures by month from the 1980s, back in the 1980s. And as you move up to the top of the graph, those are the recent years, and you see it's getting ever hotter month by month. So let me talk now about greenhouse gases and radiative forcing. So I'll start with the greenhouse effect itself. And so the way this works is light from the sun comes through the atmosphere, which is pretty much transparent to solar radiation. It hits the ground and warms the ground. Some of it reflects back, but the part that doesn't, that warms the ground, heats the ground, and then the ground re-radiates in the infrared temperature range. And that's the kind of radiation that greenhouse gases can absorb. So that radiated infrared light is absorbed by the greenhouse gases, which then emit it in any random directions. And some of it gets re-emitted back down to the ground, which reheats the ground even more, and the process repeats like that. So that's the greenhouse effect. This graph shows the concentrations of carbon dioxide for the past 800,000 years. So on the far left, you see the concentration 800,000 years ago. And then on the far right, that's where we are now, at least, well, this graph was made in 2021. So since that time, things have only gotten worse, as this graph shows. Another way to look at what's happening is through the Earth's energy imbalance. And what that means is there's more energy coming into the planet than leaving the planet through radiation. And so what that means is that even if we stopped emitting greenhouse gases right now, there would still be a lot of heating that's going on because, you know, there's more heat entering the Earth. And so that means it's going to get hotter. Well, what are the sources of greenhouse gas emissions? Well, there's a pie chart on the left screen there, and what it shows is that electricity and heat production and agriculture are the two main culprits, but the emissions are spread across the entire global economic system. But left out of this graph, and pretty much all the graphs that you see in climate reports, are military emissions. The reporting of carbon emissions from global military operations is voluntary, due largely to US political pressure. And as a result, only a handful of countries provide even partial data to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Pentagon is the largest institutional emitter of greenhouse gases. But a silver lining, which has been pointed out in a number of articles in the last few months, is that because of the imperialist wars going on, various militaries are destroying each other's fossil fuel installations. And so it's, you know, it's a horrible way to do it, but it's, you know, this destruction is leading to an increase in adoption of renewable energy sources. So we'll have to see where that goes. Well, so what are the effects of a hotter planet? To understand that, I want to first look at the past. 20,000 years ago, during what was called the last glacial maximum. At that time, giant ice sheets covered Canada and the northern United States, and New York City was a mile underneath the ice all year long. Chicago was too. There was so much ice on the land that sea level was almost 400 feet lower than where it is today. And the punchline is that the global average temperature at that time, when New York City was a mile underneath the ice, was only about 6 degrees Celsius lower than it is today. So the significance is that a small temperature change, you know, relatively small temperature change, and the global average temperature can have enormous effects, can change really what the planet even looks like. So what would the planet look like in various scenarios? So in a 3-degree hotter world, the Brazilian rainforest would likely burn down and millions would suffer from drought and famine. And we're already seeing climate refugees around the world. In a 4-degree warmer world, the hotter climates of North Africa would likely jump across the Mediterranean and spread into the heart of Europe, with typical summer temperatures being 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Central America turns to desert, creating even more climate refugees. In a 5-degree hotter climate, the average inland temperatures would be about 18 degrees hotter. The southern US becomes a desert, along with Australia, southern Europe, Central America. The zones of habitability for humans would contract drastically toward the poles, and the warming of the oceans would lead to millions of extinctions of ocean species. Needless to say, the human population would be drastically decreased. 6-degree warmer world would lead to the likely near extinction of humanity. There might be a few, you know, billionaires who have caves in Antarctica or something, but it would be mostly curtains for our species and many others. Oh, I should say, in any of these scenarios, there's a general trend of parts of the world that are dry will get drier, and parts of the world that are wet will tend to get wetter. I mean, it's not completely true, but that's the general trend according to the climate models. And, you know, there'll be extended droughts punctuated by huge storms. So the rain tends to come all at once. So which are we headed for? Which of these scenarios are we headed for? Well, of course, we can't know for sure because it depends on what humans do between now and, you know, any point in the future. But there's been an argument within the climate science community about this concerning something called representative concentration pathway 8.5, or abbreviated RCP 8.5. This is really kind of the worst case scenario of, you know, very high temperatures. So of Earth heading to, you know, 5 or possibly 6 degrees hotter, the worst case scenarios. And the arguments about this started in 2020. And one group of published a piece in Nature. And an excerpt from that is that they wrote, happily, and that's a word we climatologists rarely get to use, the world imagined in RCP 8.5, this kind of worst case scenarios, is one that in our view becomes increasingly implausible with every passing year. And they argued that because they saw an increase in renewable energy around the world at that time. But there was a counter argument that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And an excerpt from that paper says, not only are emissions consistent with RCP 8.5 in close agreement with historical trends, in agreement with historical total cumulative CO2 emissions within 1%, but RCP 8.5 is also the best match out to mid-century under current and stated policies with still highly plausible levels of CO2 emissions in 2100. So that's still in dispute, but let's see why. But one of the leading climate scientists, James Hansen, has displayed this graph in some of his articles and complained that the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, doesn't show it in their publications. And what this shows is some radiative forcing by greenhouse gases going back from 1950 up to about the present. And you see that the current rate, you know, just above 2025 or so, is not inconsistent with RCP 8.5. So Hansen's and other climate scientists' argument is that this cannot be ruled out. It's not, you know, for sure going to be this bad, but it, you know, it's still something that we have to watch out for. And we seem to be headed in the wrong direction. Way back in 2021, the International Energy Agency wrote that no new fossil fuel projects should be developed if the world is to meet its climate goals. And according to the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, globally, explicit subsidies for fossil fuels were $725 billion in 2024. So that's governments pay fossil fuel companies directly that much to essentially poison the planet. But implicit subsidies were much more, 6.7 trillion, implicit meaning primarily from underpricing of environmental costs. And you see in the chart on the right side of your screen there, the growth rate of atmospheric CO2 emissions going back from the decade of the 60s all the way up to the decade from 2011 to 2020. And you see increases from 2.9 parts per million all the way up to 2.43 parts per million. 1 part per million is a little bit more than 2 billion tons of carbon, even more than carbon dioxide. Just the carbon part is 2.12 billion tons for each part per million. And the most recent data that I have is that in the decade from 2015 to 2024, we saw an increase of 2.6 parts per million each year. So it's going in the wrong direction there. Even a little bit of warming brings dire consequences. So there was a report written by the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in 2018, which studied the difference in effects between 1.5 degrees of warming and 2 degrees of warming. We're at about 1.5 now, and headed toward 2. And among the major findings was this half-degree difference means the difference between a world with coral reefs and a world without them, a world where 99% of them disappear. And that half-degree difference means the difference between Arctic summer sea ice and a world without Arctic summer sea ice. So already, just with a little bit of warming, there's quite a bit of chaos created. A publication in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences a few years back found that for every 1 degree Celsius temperature rise, and I should point out that 1 degree increase in Celsius on the Celsius scale is the same as 1.8 degree increase in the Fahrenheit scale. So if you're used to Fahrenheit, just think of, almost 2 degrees. So for every 1 degree Celsius rise, 1 billion people will be forced to migrate or endure insufferable heat. And in a worst case scenario, going back to that RCP 8.5 that I talked about earlier, areas home to 1/3 of the world's population will experience the same temperatures as the hottest parts of the Sahara within 50 years, with an average annual temperature of more than 29 degrees Celsius compared to humanity's historical temperature niche of 11 to 15 degrees. A 2019 United Nations report and Nature article warned that up to 1 million species of plants and animals are on the verge of extinction, and it's already happening. A year later, Proceedings in the National Academy article reported, quote, the ongoing 6th mass extinction may be the most serious environmental threat to the persistence of civilization because it is irreversible, unquote. And according to the 2024 World Wildlife Living Planet report, that's their most recent report, the average population size of mammals, birds, fish, and reptiles and amphibians declined by 73% since 1970. 73% loss of all those kinds of animals in the last 50 years or so. Well, high carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere has an effect on food, on the quality of food. And there have been some articles about this, several studies. So what are the effects? Well, one effect is lower minerals. Rice and wheat show significant drops in iron and zinc. There's less protein. There's a reduction of protein concentration in major grains. And there's an increase in carbohydrates, extra starches and sugars with loss of key micronutrients. An estimated 2 billion people could face severe zinc and iron shortages, leading to higher rates of childhood illnesses. And then, of course, a very big effect is ocean acidification. So because of the huge interface between the ocean and the atmosphere, there's an exchange of carbon dioxide that goes in both directions, from the ocean to the atmosphere and from the atmosphere to the ocean. But it's mostly from the ocean, it's mostly from the atmosphere toward the ocean. And when the carbon dioxide mixes with water, it forms something called carbonic acid. This is the same acid in soda pop that makes your tongue tingle when you drink it. People sometimes mistakenly think it's from the bubbles, but no, it's from this carbonic acid that you get that tingling on your tongue. But the carbonic acid harms shell formation of oysters, clams, sea urchins, corals, calcareous plankton, and pteropods, or otherwise known as sea butterflies. And there's kind of an obscure effect. There's seems to be, one of the effects is an increased likelihood of earthquakes from global warming. It seems, when you first hear that, it seems to be a stretch, but what's going on is that because of sea level rise and because of the melting of glaciers, you get different pressures on land areas, which can lead to possibly more earthquakes or possibly stronger earthquakes worldwide because of the increased pressure on geological faults. So to summarize this section, there was an article in 2021 which summarized the findings of 150 other studies. There were 17 authors on this paper, and they wrote, quote, "The scale of the threats to the biosphere and all its life forms, including humanity, is in fact so great that it is difficult to grasp for even well-informed experts." They went on to say, "The gravity of the situation requires fundamental changes to global capitalism, education, and equality, which include inter alia the abolition of perpetual economic growth, properly pricing externalities, and a rapid exit from fossil fuel use." I'm going to talk at the very end a little bit about perpetual economic growth. Well, a special case of the consequences of global heating are extreme weather events. And one of the major drivers of that is the behavior of something called the polar jet stream. So I'll explain what that's about. The starting point is just having a rough understanding of the general global circulation of the atmosphere. So this is kind of an idealized chart of how the air moves, in an average way around the world. And you see, if you look at the top half of the picture and the right side, say, so the upper right quadrant of this picture, you see three identified cells. There's one called the Hadley cell, there's another one called the Ferrel cell, and then there's the polar cells. And so the atmosphere tends to go in these kind of circles, although they're not really circles because the Earth is rotating, and so it changes things. But in this picture, they look kind of like, well, maybe rectangles. And the Earth, the atmosphere circulates in those regions that indicated in the picture. And this is because of the transporting of heat from the equator to the poles and because of the rotation of the Earth. So there's there's some physics behind why this happens, but that's kind of beside the point. So the part of this that I want to focus on is shown in this chart. Between the Ferrel cell and the polar cell, there's something called the polar jet stream. So this is air that blows very fast, very high up, at around 50 or 60 degrees latitude. There's one in each hemisphere, but I'm focusing on the north right now. It blows from west to east, and it it's kind of it determines the storm tracks in the northern hemisphere. It determines where there's going to be a lot of rain, wherever this polar jet stream is blowing. And so here's another picture. The yellow snake-like part of the picture is the polar jet stream. And you can see it's kind of wiggly in this picture. And it gets more wiggly. Those wiggles are called Rossby waves, and it gets more wiggly as the atmosphere heats up. So it gets more wiggly as more greenhouse gases are pumped into the atmosphere. And what can happen when it wiggles like this, is shown in this picture, is in the parts of the atmosphere below the jet stream, you get high pressure zones. And above, you get low pressure zones. The significance of the high pressure zones is that's where you get a lot of heat. So you get heat waves from these high pressure zones if the polar jet stream kind of stalls out in a particular pattern like this one. And so viewed another way, so with a polar jet stream, you know, in a certain configuration, you have simultaneous heat waves all around the world on the, you know, kind of the lower part of the polar jet stream on those like that. And so when it stalls out, these can last for a long time. They can last for a week or maybe even 2 weeks. And we see that that's happened recently in Europe and the Western United States. And those are expected to get more prevalent, these kind of stalling out of the jet stream and these extended heat waves as the world heats up. Okay, so now let me turn to the question of removing atmospheric carbon and some technological issues. So one question is, how much carbon dioxide can plants and soils absorb? Well, here's a story behind that. So plants absorb carbon dioxide via photosynthesis, but nearly all of that absorbed carbon dioxide is eventually returned to the atmosphere by plants through decay or ingestion by animals or fires, forest fires. Deforestation, because of, you know, caused by humanity, has caused about 180 billion tons of carbon to be released to the atmosphere since 1750. Plants and soils have reabsorbed about 80 billion tons of that since that time. And soil scientists estimate a maximum additional holding capacity to be about 100 billion tons, or maybe less. And that's the amount that nature was able to sequester before the Industrial Revolution. So what does this mean? Well, the mass of carbon in the atmosphere now, with about 434 parts per million, it fluctuates, but that's, you know, that's around where it is now. So that amount corresponds to 980 billion tons of carbon. The safe place for the atmosphere, 350 parts per million, that's, you know, that organization 350.org, that's where they get their name, that this is the kind of, you know, climate scientists have just figured out that 350 parts per million is kind of the safe part. So that corresponds to 742 billion tons. And that's 178 billion ton difference. So you might think, well, if we could get, you know, that 100 billion tons from the atmosphere back into the soils through, you know, agricultural management, that would go a long way. And it would, but it's a little misleading, because as you remove carbon from the atmosphere and put it in the soils, the ocean releases more of the carbon than it holds to establish an equilibrium with the atmosphere. So it's very tricky. And it's, you know, that's, well, there's a lot that has to be done. Well, what about the oceans? Well, the oceans, as you know, cover a little more than 70% of the Earth's surface. And as I mentioned, the ocean and the atmosphere continually exchange vast amounts of carbon. But the net flow is from the atmosphere to the oceans. And as I said before, that leads to ocean acidification. So the accounting goes like this. Soils and land plants currently absorb about 21% of humanity's carbon dioxide emissions. And the oceans absorb a little more. They absorb around 29%. So that's a total of 50%. So that means that half of the emissions of, the global emissions of carbon dioxide are absorbed by the planet itself, on the land and the ocean. But these carbon sinks, as they're called, weaken in response to heating and continual emissions. So that rate of absorption is likely to decrease as the planet heats. Well, I should say something about geoengineering, and there are many different proposals for geoengineering. There's biochar, that's an interesting one. It has some potential. There's ocean fertilization, all kinds of things. The two main ones, though, the two main proposals are solar radiation management, SRM, and carbon dioxide removal from the atmosphere. So SRM means you spray a bunch of sulfur-based particles up in the stratosphere, and they reflect sunlight back out to space. But there's a lot of danger to that, and maybe we could get to that in the question Q&A period if anybody wants to talk about it. But I want to focus now on carbon dioxide removal, which is a more benign approach. The idea there is to just suck carbon dioxide back out of the atmosphere and bury it deep in the ground somewhere. That also turns out to be very problematic. So the annual carbon dioxide emissions for the whole world are about 41 billion tons per year. And the removal of just one of those billion tons, just 1 billion tons out of the 41, requires at least 700 terawatt hours of energy. Huge amount of energy to do that. To put that in perspective, the US produces about 4,200 terawatt hours per year. So having 700 is a big chunk of the electricity that the US produces for all purposes. And of course, it wouldn't make sense to power the removal of carbon dioxide with fossil fuels, because that would just put it back in the atmosphere. So it would, it'd have to be renewable energy, and that detracts from the use of renewable energy to displace fossil fuels. So it's a problematic thing. I'm not saying it should be ruled out entirely, but it's a huge difficult issue, pulling the carbon back out. It's kind of like putting the toothpaste back in the tube. It's a very hard thing to do. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. Well, so the final section now is capitalism as the driver of the climate crisis. So let me start by pointing out that technological solutions for this problem really do exist right now. One of the leading researchers in this area is somebody named Mark Jacobson, a professor at Stanford University. And he's been working with a few dozen collaborators of his. And in 2015, he gave some congressional testimony where he presented roadmaps for 139 countries and the 50 United States to transition to 100% clean, renewable wind, water, and solar power for all purposes by 2050, and most of that even by 2030. And so, from a technological point of view, we could just stop emitting. We have the means to do it and supply all the electricity for human needs, maybe not for all luxuries, but for all human needs And there are a number of reports which have the same findings. So he's not out on a limb. So this is pretty much mainstream results in environmental engineering, in the environmental engineering community. They understand this to be true. So why don't we do it? What's stopping us? Well, there's a lot that can be said about this. So part of the story is that we would need to shut down not only fossil fuel industries and replace them with renewable energy, but we have to do something about the industries that depend on fossil fuels. So think about how much that is. So that includes automobile, all these industries, aircraft, airline, shipping, petrochemical, construction, agribusiness, wood product companies, industrial fishing, factory farming, packaging and plastic, disposable products of all time, and of course the war industries, which are a perpetual evil that afflicts the world. The result within a framework of capitalism would be many millions of workers would face unemployment. And more fundamentally, capitalism itself requires perpetual growth. Let me just explain this in simple terms. A corporation that cannot promise growth is a corporation that will soon be out of business. The global economy consists of many such corporations. So capitalism, as a result, requires perpetual economic growth in order to avoid economic crises such as the Great Depression. More specifically, in order to stave off mass unemployment and economic misery, capitalism requires increasing commodity production, escalating resource extraction, increasing trash and toxic dumping, and even an ever-increasing energy production. Capitalist expansion takes three forms. So one of them is colonial conquest, which is still going on, colonial conquest and imperialism, which results in the introduction of commodity production to new peoples and territories. Another form of capitalist expansion is the increasing assimilation of public commons. For example, the commodification of healthcare, commodification of education, drinking water, even information such as published research. There's paywalls now just to read publicly funded research about all of this. And the third and most pernicious form, as far as the climate goes, is capitalism's growth in commodity production and consumption. Examples include the exponential growth in plastic production, air travel, overfishing, cell phone proliferation, built-in obsolescence of all kinds, habitat destruction for all kinds of animals, carbon-intensive advertising, wasteful packaging, growth of weapons industries, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, and energy consumptions of all kinds. So the plastic production, I'll just mention very briefly, has just been, has exploded exponentially. So prior to World War II, there was almost no plastic publicly available. People knew about plastic, but you could hardly find it, and people would somehow go to grocery stores and bring food home and survive, and they could even have happy times once in a while. Since that time, the plastic production has been so extreme that it's now projected that by 2050, the mass of plastic in the ocean will be greater than the mass of all the fish. It's just capitalism expands in all profitable directions. So there could be a whole talk on exactly why does capitalism expand? What are the drivers of expansion? But a number of them is something called Jevons paradox, which goes back to an author, William Stanley Jevons. He was an economist who wrote a book called The Coal Question in 1865. And he pointed out that the increased efficiency in steam turbines driven by coal that increased efficiency would not decrease the need of coal, but it would increase it because there would be more uses found for it. And it applies to much more than coal. So, for example, from 1960 to 2016, fuel efficiency of jetliners tripled or quadrupled. The cost of flying decreased by more than 60%, and it resulted in a 50-fold increase in global annual air travel from 0.14 trillion passenger kilometers per year to nearly 7 trillion. And I should just mention as an aside that flying is the single worst thing that a human being can do to the climate short of starting a forest fire. There's reasons for that beyond just the carbon emissions. So we come to a fundamental contradiction between life on Earth and capitalism. There's more than one, but this one is regarding the climate is capitalism's grow or die imperative. That is the requirement for economic growth on the one hand, contradicts the finite ecological limits of the planet. And hence, humanity requires an alternative system to capitalism, preferably eco-socialism. The comic on the right by Stephanie McMillan, if you can't see it on your screen, the hamster says, you can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. And the rabbit says, you're obviously not an economist. Well, if you'd like further reading, I've written a couple of things. So one is a published essay called What Might an Eco-Socialist Society Look Like? And I wrote a free ebook also with Stephanie McMillan called Capitalism and Climate Change, the Science and Politics of Global Warming. And there's a link to that. You can download it for free from that link. And if you want to read the essay, you can just Google that title. Thank you for your attention. That's the end of my talk.
I have a question.
I'm
What are the dangers of collecting space? Does it cook the birds?
I'm sorry, I couldn't make out I couldn't hear you.
What are the dangers of reflecting heat in space?
Oh, well, no, it's not birds. It's see what this requires. Well, there's more than one way to reflect heat into space, but the main one, SRM, solar radiation management, is that you get these, you send these jets up and they spray these particles in the stratosphere. The kind of the region between the stratosphere and the part of the atmosphere below it called the troposphere is pretty stable. You know, like things that you put up there tend to stay up there if they're not too heavy, but they do fall down eventually. So all this stuff comes back down, and that means you have to perpetually keep spraying this stuff, you know, all the time, like, you know, constantly. And if it ever stops, then the Earth would heat up very, very suddenly, because all of you know, if the emissions of the greenhouse gases continue while all this is happening, which is, you know, pretty much a certainty under capitalism, then the potential for heating increases even while this light is being reflected. And you have to spray more and more of this stuff in the stratosphere to keep the temperature down. And if it ever stops, the speed at which the Earth would heat up would be extremely lethal to living things. And so that's the danger of it. I hope I answered your question there.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question, if it's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Has European adoption of electric vehicles been a contributor at all, or any kind of contributor to any relief of the of the?
Well, yeah, the short answer is yes. But the problem with electric cars is that the carbon footprint of an electric car is roughly about half the carbon footprint of a gasoline car. That's because of the production and the, from cradle to grave. So, and junking the car when it gets old. So there's carbon footprints there, and there may be some carbon emissions depending on how it's charged up. That's getting better. So, that's getting close to zero as the world moves towards renewable energy. But the problem is, if the carbon footprint of the individual electric vehicles is half the carbon footprint of a gasoline car, that means, all right, if you sell 1 billion cars, you mass produce 1 billion cars. That's half as bad as mass producing 1 billion gasoline cars, but it's still very bad, right? I mean, it still makes things worse. So what we need really is very efficient, effective mass transportation, electrified mass transportation, for the main way to get around. So electric vehicles, it's better. It's certainly better than a gas car. I mean, there's no question about that, but it's not really a solution. It's certainly not a silver bullet.
Awesome, yeah, and electrified mass transit is still going to be less than. I mean, even if you're powering your trains from dirty electricity, it would be better than the emissions of a trillion cars, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, mass transportation is a huge improvement over individual vehicles. Yeah, so that's part of what it would take to move towards eco-socialism is, addressing the transportation issue, addressing agricultural issues. The person Ainsley, I guess, who spoke about Cuba, brought out some really excellent points about what it would take to improve agriculture. Agriculture has emissions due to fertilizers. Nitrous oxide in particular is very extremely potent greenhouse gas. I forget exactly, but it's like a couple hundred times worse than carbon dioxide. It's not brought up so much because there isn't as much of it as carbon dioxide, but it's I mean, we have to find renewable ways to produce food to move toward a survivable planet.
Yeah, and speaking of which, if I haven't lost it, oh yeah, a lot of people talk about switching to methane and about methane is cleaner than coal, but isn't methane a worse climate greenhouse gas than carbon?
Well, it's yeah. So there's a couple steps to answer this. So when you burn methane, it produces about half the carbon emissions of burning coal. So it's cleaner in that sense. And so for that reason, the billionaires who invested in it used to call it a bridge fuel. But the problem is, so there were researchers at Cornell University, Haworth was one, I can't remember the other ones, who found that the pipes that pump natural gas, which mainly contain methane, that's the fuel, is methane, are very leaky. And methane as a natural gas, methane as a greenhouse gas is about 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. The plus side is that it decays faster out of the atmosphere. So it has a lifetime of roughly 10 or 12 years. But during that time, it just heats the hell out of the planet. And so these leaks, according to these studies that came out of Cornell, make it worse than coal. If you add everything up, the burning and the, which is cleaner, but the leaking, which is far worse, makes it worse than coal. So I don't know, if you can control the leaks, I suppose you can make it slightly better than coal, but we got to get away from methane. We got to get away from all fossil fuels. some of the happy talk that you hear on the news or from some climate scientists is that, well, because of the rapid expansion of renewable energy, we're heading towards saving ourselves. The problem is that the climate doesn't care about solar panels or wind turbines. It doesn't care one way or the other. They neither hurt nor help the climate. But all the while, even while renewable energy is expanding, the emissions continue. And that's what the climate cares about. That's the relevant part. So as long as we have continuing emissions, and they're not only continuing now, but they're even increasing, we're not solving the problem by, getting more solar panels or wind turbines. We got to stop the fossil fuel emissions.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's like if we produce a lot of renewables, it's great, but if we increase our energy consumption up to the point to where there's a net increase overall, then we've got to figure out how to make things more efficient and more reusable. Like you were saying, forced obsolescence is a bane upon everybody, because if you have to keep buying stuff and keep sending stuff into the scraps every 2 years to have a phone that works, then that's really bad.
Yeah, and capitalism requires that for continuing consumption and economic expansion. So capitalism, you can kind of think of it as like a cancer on the planet. It grows, and if it doesn't grow, it dies. Capitalism has to grow to survive as capitalism.
Yeah, I was at a campaign event. I'm running for city council in Raleigh, and there was one of the libertarian candidates spoke, and on his little bio, he said he was a green capitalist. So afterward, I had to, and I wouldn't know how. I would like to know how you would respond to this. I did walk up to him afterward and said, "I've got to say, I don't understand what you mean when you say green capitalist, because growth, because corporations have a fiduciary duty that's above environmental duty. Capitalism requires infinite growth. How do you make that green?" And he just didn't know what to say. He was like, "Well, companies can be cleaner," and I'm like, they can greenwash, but how would you respond to that? Did I do okay?
Yeah, you did okay. I have a section in that book that I wrote that I mentioned a minute ago on green capitalism. Yeah, it's I don't dismiss it completely, because we can't overthrow capitalism at this moment. We don't have enough organization within the working class to do it. So reforms then kind of give more time to, organize for a revolution. And though, that time is important. So if there can be, legislative, new laws that inhibit in some way the emissions, well, we need to do that. But it's certainly not a solution. You can't, as far as I'm concerned, there's no solution to the climate crisis within the framework of capitalism. But it can accelerate or slow down a little bit within capitalism. That's an important distinction.
Yeah, the UN climate reports just seem more frantic every year.
Yeah, it's definitely getting worse.
I would note that along the lines of green capitalism, that a lot of capitalists are retreating into these geoengineering solutions to the problem, because they've been able to present it in such a way that it consists of an economic opportunity. And so we have the government subsidizing inefficient and fairy tale stuff like carbon capture. We have these people who live their lives largely in 1970s science fiction books, thinking that they will put huge reflectors in space and somehow cut down on the radiation from the sun. These are all pie in the sky schemes. They're expensive to produce, but in the interim, they can be sold as reducing carbon emissions and function similar to the carbon cap and carbon trading schemes that companies use to hide the damage, essentially. When I look at most geoengineering, that's what I see. I see scams. I don't see anything useful to speak of.
Yeah, it's pretty much scams. They're looking for handouts from the government to do stuff that isn't really going to work very well. But still, I support continued research into carbon capture because, if we ever do have a revolution and overthrow capitalism, it's going to be a pretty messed up planet, and we're going to need to figure out how to improve it. And part of that would be sucking some of that carbon dioxide back out. And so to have, some of the research already laid out in advance of that situation is I think is a good idea.
Yeah. Well, are there any other?
Someone asked about the overturning of the AMOC, Atlantic Meridional overturning, that flow in the ocean of weakening from climate change. And yeah, that's a serious danger. There's been some, research recently that is pointing with some alarm to that as a possibility. And the effect of that would be a hotter tropical and subtropical region, in other words, a belt around the equator, and colder in the northern latitudes, so a colder Europe all of a sudden from that overturning. And the heating of the subtropical region and tropical region would be just really deadly. See, most of the sun shines around the equator. That's where most of the energy from the sun goes. And so the Earth tries to deal with that by sending some of the heat to the poles. So, to kind of even out the temperature of the planet, things like to reach equilibrium all, throughout the universe. The Earth is no exception. So that's what's going on. So if that form of transfer of heat, from the atmosphere, from the equator to the poles breaks down, that's really going to be bad.
Eric, I just let you talk. You've got to unmute though to ask a question.
Oh my God. Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about artificial intelligence. It seems to me generally to be a bad idea, but there do seem to be a few useful purposes. So I wonder how you disentangle the two in a future.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Well, to create artificial intelligence, to have it running requires these massive data centers, and those require huge amounts of energy. So just with the proposed data centers so far in the United States, the amount of energy these data centers are so Trump has told the investors to build their own power sources, and they're doing it from natural gas, right? So they're using methane to do it. And so the net effect of all of the emissions just to run the artificial intelligence data centers will be the emissions of half of all gasoline-powered automobiles in the United States. So it's like increasing the gas-powered automobiles by 50% to have these data centers. In another dimension to the whole thing is, who's controlling AI? Well, it's going to be the capitalist class, of course, and it's a very scary thing. I mean, we can look forward to robot militaries, robot police forces, massive intrusions, in terms of spying from AI and collecting data. So, on the plus side, it's great for research. There's some really powerful insights that AI can provide, but given that it's controlled by the capitalist class, it's more of a danger than an asset, I think.
Yeah, well, I agree with what you said, but I'm wondering if in a future society, when we looked at the problem of AI, I mean, lots of things seem to be 0-1. For instance, doing away with cars seems like a no-brainer, right? We want mass transit. But AI is more complicated. There's a lot of negative things about it, but there are a few positive things. How do you sort through how do you do that? Because it's all going to take a lot of energy, right? So it's all energy consuming. You don't want to lightly approve AI, but on the other hand, some of it seems to be useful.
Yeah, you're right. A collaborator of mine, a physicist, uses AI to do some of the research, and it's very, very helpful. And mathematicians have found that AI can solve some problems that they have been working on for a long time. Biologists are using it. It has great potential in medicine. But on the other hand, we're facing the climate crisis is it's threatening something very close to a sixth mass extinction. And so the energy requirements of AI is not a trivial thing. I mean, it's a very big deal. And so, if we have AI, we're going to have to find ways to run it in the future with renewable energy and figure out how not to displace that renewable energy from other very much needed reasons to have it. People's needs. People need electricity for a variety of things, like including this talk. This conference of yours requires some electricity, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe the issue with AI here is that the question is, what are they doing with these data centers? They're training artificial intelligence models for generalized purposes. They're not specifically training them on a data set that would contribute to solving math problems or biology problems or protein folding or what have you. They are seeking this massive general intelligence AI because that's where their profits are. That's where they've invested all this money. I feel like the data centers are just basically the capitalist investors in AI, taking advantage of our lax approach to AI to develop these models that nobody knows, what they're going to be used for. If you want to train an AI to solve protein folding problems, well, that's a huge set of data, but doesn't require 10 million data centers, sucking enormous amounts of energy.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's right. I mean, the capitalists aren't going to do anything good for the planet. That's why we got to get rid of them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like the question of GMO foods, right? Like, you can genetically make things to survive in a hotter climate. The problem isn't necessarily that you can do it. I don't know if you should, but the problem is that capitalists do it and they patent that genes, and you get stuff like Monsanto suing people for cross-contamination of their patented genes, right? Capitalism is the part of the equation that is terrible.
exactly.
But are there any other?
I'm sorry.
Eric's had his hand up for a while. I think you have a question.
Yeah, he already asked it. Eric, do you still have anything else?
Yeah, no, I already asked.
Okay.
I actually have a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Matthew.
I guess because of course there's self-hosted AI, which is usually runs on open source data, so it basically only lives on the device you put it on, and can be trained on what you train it on. Surely things like that could solve the environmental impact, because it's not one large system running, millions of questions each, hour, etc. It's a solitary thing on a stationary device. Could be fairly large, but still could run off of solar, etc. Would this? I mean, could we not have the advantages without the disadvantages if we actively pursued it in a non-capitalist way?
Well, yeah, it's just when the AI is just on an individual device, though, you lose a lot of the intellectual power that these huge computer installations have. So, think of it like as a human being. Your brain is encased in your skull, and that's just the end of it. You can't get it any bigger because you can't disfigure your body. But if you could make a bigger head and a much bigger brain, you'd be smarter, right? And if you made it 10 times as big, you'd be really smart. Well, we can't do that because our bodies don't let us. But with a computer, you can build bigger and bigger buildings, and they get smarter and smarter, and they just get, fantastically bright when you make them big enough. So if you restrict it on a small device, yeah, it can do some good things, but it doesn't have, the power, the intellectual power that these big, installations provide.
Yeah. Are we good?
I think that's all. I'm sure that most of us will have, I don't know, 47 questions tomorrow, but that's the nature of taking in a lot of information.
Yeah.
It makes it sort of interesting that we've spent the past 70 years or so watching electronics shrink down to the point where we could pack more and more computing power into smaller and smaller chips. And, which led to the development of these computerized devices we carry around that take up very little space and have enormous computing power. And now we're figuratively reversing that. We're taking all these highly transistorized devices that we spent decades shrinking down and now scaling them into enormous agglomerations. It seems sort of a little bit of irony in there somewhere, I think.
Silicon-y, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Klein, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Every time I've seen you speak, I've always learned something and always felt like I've come out of it as a more informed person.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, comrades, I am going to end the stream now, if that's okay with everybody. Matthew, did you want to do a quick wrap up? Or
can I ask a question? Will the recording be available to people generally, or?
Yeah. It went live to our YouTube channel, and we've saved it as well. So we might be able to cut out everybody's part and send it to them. I've just got to talk to Greg about that if you want it, but it's up and it'll be posted, unless you don't want to, and then I can take it down. But
no, I'm happy to have it up. if you could send me a link when it's convenient. I have some friends who couldn't make it today who wanted to see it, but
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, we'll definitely do. It's just if you go to the Socialist Party's YouTube channel, it's there. But I'll send you the link.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the conference today. So it's a much needed direction to go in.
Yeah, our goal is because most political parties have a fairly reformist platform, and we've decided that we wanted to, instead of saying we need to go back into the Paris Accords and, you know, all the other stuff, we need to have a plan. Like, if you give us power, this is what we need to do. So if we get people discussing, you know, what it is and what we need to do, then we can translate that into policy. That's like, yeah, the climate is fine, but what we need to do is, you know, we need to follow the Cuban example for agriculture, and we need to cut our carbon emissions and stop oil and gas exploration. So
Yeah, right. It's sort of like there's all these branches to the tree, but the trunk of the tree and the roots are capitalism. So that's how to deal with them all at once.
yeah.
If only we could.
Awesome. Thanks. And Matthew, do you want to you weren't going to give the closing statements? Okay. Well, thanks everybody for attending the public facing portion of this put on by the Eco-Socialist Working Group of the Socialist Party USA. Please, we'd like to thank Dr. Klein and Ainsley from Hands Off Cuba, and Wayne Turner from the Eco-Socialist Working Group, and Mary from the Socialist Party Eco-Socialism Group, and Hua Huang from who's a member of our local our local here, for presenting. And hopefully we can use this data to craft a platform and a vision that is not a reformist vision, but an actual revolutionary vision. So if something happens and we're able to organize a revolution, we will have something in place that people can use to know what needs to go on. I hope that sounded okay. But I'm gonna end the live stream right now, and thanks everybody for attending, and thanks everybody for presenting. And then I'll keep the Zoom open. We were gonna do breakout sessions. I just think as far as party members, everybody is already in the working group, so I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. But anyway,